Boas pessoal, tudo bem? Hoje estamos de volta aqui à Masquerada, Songs and Shadows. Vamos dar assim um intervalozinho de 2 dias ao Senhor dos Anéis e pronto, vamos continuar. Se danada já vais a metade do Masquerada, não sei. Vou ser sincera, não faço a mínima ideia, deixa cá ver. Já vou no ato 3, portanto, já agora, deixa ver quantos atos é que tem o Masquerada. Porque realmente nunca vi. Shadows. Vamos para um walkthrough, que o walkthrough por norma tem os capítulos todos e é mais fácil, não me vou seguir por ele, mas dá para perceber quantos. Portanto, dava jeito a escolheres um que consigas ler. A língua, Marta, dá jeito, só naquela. Estranhamente isto não ajuda muito em relação. Não consigo encontrar. Quantos capítulos é que isto tem? Deixa-me ver aqui. Playlists. É mais fácil fazer assim. Ora bem, contanto que a pessoa que fez isto não editou assim muito, não, acho que ainda nem cheguei a meio, possivelmente. Eu estou a ver aqui uma playlist de Masquerada com, quer dizer, se calhar até já vou mais ou menos a meio. Com 38 partes, com mais ou menos tipo meia hora cada uma, visto que eu tenho estado a jogar 2 a 3 horas, sim, mais ou menos 2 a 3 horas, e esta já é a minha terceira ou quarta parte, é possível que já esteja mais ou menos a meio, sim. Então vamos lá continuar, que isto, adoro a música, mas temos coisas para fazer. Ora bem, vê se me lembro o que é que haveria para fazer, já não me lembro.
You understand what you pick yourself against? Not just yourself, but those who travel with you.
Continuo a achar uma afronta, não dá para fazer festas aos gatos que estão aqui pelo jogo todo. Portanto, se bem me lembro, a última vez quando a gente ficou foi que Kyrie has taken the research about face seriously. She has determined that a thing called scythe, se bem que assim que se diz, is required to create them, not blood. She's confirmed that the mist fueled the creations of Fae. Still, we don't know why Rezitov needed this information. Portanto, se bem me lembro, as últimas vezes, já a Lucia is the Herald e Reset is dead. Portanto, descobrimos que aquela senhora que do início do jogo que nos recebeu na cidade basicamente tem estado este tempo todo a trabalhar contra nós. O irmão do senhor de azul que anda connosco morreu. E tecnicamente, como já o encontraram, ele foi despedido, digamos assim. Mais no sentido de portanto, agora já fizeste o que a gente tinha-te pedido para vir para aqui, né? Quer encontrar o Razitov, agora pronto, olha, muito obrigada, tens aqui o teu dinheiro, adeus. Portanto, basicamente foi isso, e se não estou em erro, devido ao aumento de ataques dos Masqueraders, neste caso Masqueraders e Fae, mas especificamente o pessoal do Herald, ou neste caso da Herald, aqui o nosso amigo ai, que eu já me esqueci do nome dele. Daqui de onde a gente está, que é o Ven, acho eu. É o Ven, Levanthus. Acho que está com intenções de, acho que não sei se ele já o fez, pegar na família e voltarem para a cidade de para Rune, se não estou em erro. E o resto do pessoal está muito chocado com o que aconteceu.
I'm sorry.
Ora bem, eu já não me lembro se tinha tintas novas. Tenho, sim senhora. Seconds, restart focus. Isto até é bom. O que é que tu depois também ganhei este, ok. O que é isto? Mais 25 de dano. Mais 20 de dano, não, prefiro o outro. Mais 15 de dano. Depois tu diminuis de um lado e aumentas do outro, já percebia. Vamos manter este cinto. Sim, eu agora tenho andado muito com o Vasquinho. Não, tu dá jeito de teres este. Vamos meter com este, já agora. Save. Pronto. Não há máscaras novas, para não. Pintadas. Stun enemies for 2 seconds. Que é que tu tens, ok. Não, esta que ainda não foi pintada, tenho uma. Quantos pontos é que tu tens? Quantos pontos é que eu tenho? Só tenho que não dá para nada. Não, tenho que...
There. Going out for a short ride, all right? Nothing to make a fuss over. Who's there? You heard that, didn't you? I'm not crazy. Now, let's go. All right. Where have you been hiding?
Já agora, danadas, obrigada por teres dado de comer ao Gilrock. Eu não tenho falado muito dele, ele tem estado aqui a fazer-nos companhia no stream, mas No canto inferior direito, esquerdo, vocês veem lá do jogo, veem lá um dragãozinho que está ali, é o Gilrock. E pronto, vocês podem lutar com ele, podem alimentá-lo e podem tentar fazer criação com ele, acho eu. São as 3 opções que dá. E pronto, é só uma coisita para também se divertirem. E sim, ele também tem um petzito, que é essa bolinha que vocês têm. The Sunken Star. There's a certain peace to be found in this place. The world is rushed, its people frantic. There is always something happening. Some dagger you need to be wary of, some flash of fire you need to anticipate. Some betrayal you need to guard against. Of course, none of that matters when you're alone. Alone, you are free. Alone, you needn't worry about the bindings that the world would shackle you with. Alone, you can find peace. The Sunken Star is great testament to that. The flowers that form the sheets of yellow in the field are known as Lianiara? They've been brought over by runic merchants who attempted to grow them in large enough quantities to produce a brilliant golden dye out of the flower's petals. They failed because of an unfortunate ailment of tragic circumstances. And they abandoned the ward, allowing the flowers to grow in peace. No one seemed to want to claim the word even after the merchants left. Some said that the location was poor, and it was. And others said that Lianiara would be too troublesome to get rid of. I, for one, think that those are all excuses. It is easy to take to this place, with its quiet wonder. I think no one took over the ward because it was a symbol they secretly wished to remain. It was serenity in a world so grim. And yet, now I'm here for reasons I cannot bring myself to confess. I'd been here once before. It was a time ago, when the blood in the streets ran in rivulets rather than streams. Cyrus told me to meet him here, in the dead of night, one evening. I had just become an inspectore at the time and had pulled enough strings to get him his place as custodian of the Hall of Bearings. Look out at the field, brother, he said, as he sat on the cliff overlooking the basin of yellow that inspired the area's name. What do you see? Flowers, I said, confused about what he was getting at. You said you'd bring me here to see something special. He chuckled. This is special. He lifted a finger. What do you see amongst the flowers? Nothing. It's all yellow. Look again. He said, and at that time I did, and I saw. The wind, I said softly, coursing through the field. You can see the wind in the flowers. How it moves them, pulls them to its will. So invisible, but yet so present, he said. This place has a magic to it, a subtle one, to be sure. But it's here. All right. But it's here, all right. Then he turned to me. I wanted to thank you. I frowned. For? Your magic, he said, turning back to the monolith field of gold. Your quiet influence, the way your will works itself on the world, how it brings people together. He paused. I spoke to Lysandra. I swallowed. My mouth turned dry. She said the mask runners are inspired now. Are inspired now that I'm custodian. Cyrus? I said, croaking. You know that wasn't my intention. You are their wind, Cicero, he said without turning to me. At that moment, I knew why he'd brought me here. To pull me in, to get me to commit, to join forces with the mask runners by convincing me how much of a hero I was to them. Well, brother, looks like I came after all. E verificar se não há mais nada de... Eu acho que... Peraí, eu acho que a música está um bocadinho alta. Vamos só isso. Aqui está bom, aqui baixa. É isso.
You are here for a reason, Cicero. Is it insanity for the gull to veer from the storm front? The lady has plans for you.
May as well lay a carpet out while you're at it.
Acho que assim está um bocadinho melhor. Que isto... A luz está meio estranha. Alguma coisa nova aqui. Sem ser aquela máscara. Não. Vamos lá tirar-nos para o buraco. Ruins, the sunken star. It seems the reluctance with which the residents of the city have treated the sunken star has allowed one of its secrets to remain hidden. There is a set of ruins beneath the field of yellow, and it seems mostly untouched. I wonder if the farmers that had initially claimed this sword, has their own, had any idea what lay beneath it. Andar para trás para ver se tem alguma coisa. Não tem. Suponho. Não, não tem.
Here we go. Oh, great. Here they come!
Pois.
Alright, not too bad. Now, alright, bad, but manageable, as long as... Oh, come on! Oh. Watch your flanks!
Okay, Shadow Fae. Fae that seemed to made to that seemed to made of to be made. Oh, come on. To be made of shadow. I do not believe any of our records have details of such creatures. Ages. That is this world. Ages. What is this world coming to? Mas vocês. Ok. Sure. Estava-vos a bater para nada?
Are you following me? Ah, the quiet types, I see. Well, I look forward to some deep conversation then. Come on, let's go.
Ok, não tem aqui nada. E também não tem aqui nada. Ok.
Either of you happen to know a way across? Well, aren't you the unpredictable one?
Hey. Ok, eu não faço a mínima ideia do que eu estou a fazer. By the way. Luzinhas estão acesas, eu estou a ir para as luzes. What? What the... Praças. E se depois eu estar a carregar em alguma coisa em específico? Não, ok, estou aqui, estou a voltar para trás, ok, got it. Pronto. Aqui tenho que ir para onde estava aí. Portanto, para aqui. Ok, vim dar ao início, got it. Portanto, aqui, vem para aqui, está certo. Isto aqui é muito trial and error, não faço a mínima ideia porque é que eu estou a vir para aqui, ok? Só que já fiz sem querer, fiz aquilo que tinha a fazer. Vamos para aqui primeiro. Já está carregado. Este também já está carregado. Em frente. Será que é isso? Possivelmente. Mas tu não deixas vir para aqui, portanto. Não deve ser. Há qualquer coisa que. Ok. Ok. Vamos tentar o outro lado também, pelo simples não. Já que estamos aqui. There we go. Aqui vamos nós. Vais-me dar que cor? Roxo? Ok, volta para trás, portanto, em princípio agora quero. Ok, eu estava a ver quando é que eu tinha que ir. Perdi-me momentaneamente, ok. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Quanto é que tu és? 2. Vamos. Ok. Perfeito. Yeah. The Manticate technology. The Manticate were a technological, sophisticated civilization. We know this from the still functioning fragments of their culture that have been left behind. The tesoro, the chimes, the vocifers. How many of these things actually work? However, is far beyond us. And the technological gap that is present is believed by the Vegelus to be too wide to breach. Certainly, that hasn't stopped many from trying, as they hold a quiet hope that one day we might be able to understand the inner workings of the ancient people and harness the powers that lay in their secrets. Vamos já aqui buscar este símbolo, não é? Yeah. Engraving. Ai, filhos, saiam lá da frente, graças. Imbecilhos.
Lucia?
Just in time, Cicero.
What are you? Lucia! Over here!
Oh, what the hell? Onde é que eu estou? Why? Não? Porquê que eu de repente estava muito bem e de repente morri?
Just in time, Cicero.
What are you? Lucia!
Isto agora... Isto é o grande boss do jogo.
Here they come! Better have an
Oh, nice.
explanation for this.
Ok. Mask. Oh! Gosto desta. É só a máscara. Ok. Eu não tenho nada para 2 agora. A não ser que não vale a pena estar a adicionar mais poderes. Agora é só para 3, não é? É tudo 3. Yeah. Isto agora é tudo 3.
This is it then? Well, I suppose it was nice knowing you two. Huh.
Oh, que fofo. Dá para trás um bocadinho? Não.
Ages.
Beautiful, isn't it?
You just tried to kill me.
No. I knew you'd survive.
Well...
I just wanted to show you how powerful they were. And now you've seen. I promise there's no ambush this time. Just you and me.
I hope you've
Sus.
prepared your answers.
In Ombric, we'd call it Barati. They were once one of the Domesticate's many weapons. These were carriers of Masquerines, built to use them to fight, expand their empire.
How?
They use Masquerines without fear of salting. They might not use the Medea very well, but untamed fire will still burn.
They were effective?
The Domesticate Empire spanned the entire continent. Altamir, Evamus, Lystra, everything.
Forming the Dactytes, getting the artifacts, fishing up ancient weapons. Why?
What this city needs is a proper leader.
What are you planning?
Seymour's crown is too volatile to juggle, and too large to overthrow. There is only one other avenue.
You want to topple the registry?
Yes. Once the crown sees the power we wield, believe me, they will submit. And if they don't,
Are you listening to yourself? The streets will run with blood if you...
a necessary price.
For what?
Another cataclysm. Another is coming, Cicero. The Lady has foreseen it. And the city will not survive it unless it stands united.
Again, the lady. Why do you keep...
She led me to this. This is the heart. One piece to creating Masquerines.
How?
She is Fae.
Faye. They are mindless.
They used to be Dementicati.
Impossible.
Don't tell me you don't see it. When Masquerines are destroyed, what is left behind?
Mists.
Yes! Masquerines, Dementicati, Fae. All things of this land. All with secrets from the past.
This is madness.
Cicero,
Enough, Lucia.
listen to me, Cicero.
Enough!
Remember, you came here of your own accord. Think what it would mean to try to stop me with the powers I have on my side. Powers you can scarcely even begin to understand. What it would mean for your friends.
You would not hurt them?
Not if I didn't need to. And you know them. You can keep them out of harm's way. Or you can drag them into the deep with you.
Where do we begin?
No, filho, what the fuck?
The first thing you must do is learn the histories of the land. The knowledge the Vegulas have on the Dementicati is but a fraction of the truth. This will teach you everything you need to know about the ancient people. Then you will truly understand.
Diz-me só,
Until
estás a
then,
usar,
however,
homem.
we must...
Cicero! We need to go.
What's going on?
The Portieri, they followed you. We tried to...
Do not let the traitor leave!
Defend me!
Oh, ok. Tu tens shield, tu não tens. Pá, não, tu não tens. Falta-te um também. Tu também te falta um. Quer dizer, falta-vos todos, menos. Ah, não. Então te falta a ti. Vamos aqui com a nossa amiga. Why not? Yeah.
Let's make them regret
Burati. Beings of stone brought to life by the magics of the Masquerines. The Burati were one of the many ancient weapons of the Dementicate. They had the ability to use Masquerines without fear of salting. And when they were destroyed, the Masquerines would remain in their wake. It was power unbridled. Unbridled. And now they have returned.
Sir, the creatures are too strong. Bring down the pillars.
What?
Are you deaf, Valencio?
Sir, we have men.
We cannot let the traitor live.
Sir, Cicero is still there.
I don't care. Now do it.
Yes, sir. You're bringing the place down!
We need to get out of here!
That slam! Get up, everyone! What are you? I said get on! What are you doing? There's only one way out of this, and it is up. You cannot lift us all up. I can try. It has been tried, Bosco, hundreds of times, and everyone who has tried has salted. Thankfully, this is my first attempt. Bosco! I will not abandon you. Not this time. What?
Oh.
Now, be a dear and keep the falling rocks away from me. Jump!
Bosco! Can you hear me? He's salting. He needs help.
The estuary. Elena has some herbs that might help.
I'll get the coach.
Hang in there.
Oh, tadinho de Vasquinho.
How is he?
His body has stabilized.
Okay.
And everything else?
He isn't awake yet. I had to give him a mixture of Redsworth and Avondale to stop the seizures.
How long?
The next few minutes. That combination is potent, but it doesn't last very long.
How did you know?
Elena heard you taking one of the horses. She told us, and we followed you to the Sunken Star. I wanted to go in after you, but Vasco said you needed space.
And the portiere?
We weren't the only ones who were chasing your tail. Not long after we arrived at the Sunken Star, we saw Portiere approach. That's when we decided to go in after you.
How did they know?
Vasco suspects that Avestis sent someone to follow you too. He probably suspected that you were hiding something. And you were.
I told you this investigation might bring us to darker places.
So?
I failed before. The War of Bearings, Lysandra, Razatov, all failures, all because I'm not good enough.
You think you're responsible for us?
I'm in charge of this investigation. Where I go, so do you.
Because I want to! And I'm sure I speak on behalf of at least 2 of the others when I say that. You say that you feel responsible for us. Then think about us. How do you think we feel when you run off with your secrets like that?
Calden, you don't know what we're going up against.
And still, I choose to stay. To follow you. Now you think about what that means.
Dude, that's loyalty.
Bosco.
Tristan Del Zole. I will be honest. Never before have I thought that my friendship with Tristan would cause me so much grief. What he did at the Quiet Order was painful enough, but now, though I may have survived the ordeal, I am unsure if I can say the same about our friendship. It was tested, but I believe it has failed us both. Lucia, technicamente. Shuria. Of course, the lady who chose her as her pawn. Her conviction, the one thing that separated her from the rest of us, has proven to be her undoing. It has been twisted and corrupted as the eye, and is now being used by the lady. It frustrates me because I can see in her eyes her belief that what she is doing is right. And knowing her, that belief ranks amongst the most immovable things in this world. But I must try to shake it still. There must be some way I can convince her that what she is doing is wrong. Some way I can make her see. I know not what the way into her heart and mind is, but I must try to find it for her sake. Eu acho que eram as únicas. Yeah. Havia. Não, mas há. Não, só há 2. Entretanto, deixa eu ver se tu... Não, tu tens tudo. Tu tens... Ui, espera, tu tens quantos? 4. Ah, Vasco. Tu tens 4, homem. Então, espera aí. Gasto, o que é isso? Color variance from... touches it. The tag is activated after gains discussion for 2 seconds. Pull tag is active, the target becomes vulnerable. After 2 seconds, a wicker blast is dropped at the same location as the first. Allies in the blast gain... Yeah, pode ser. E sobra-te 1, portanto, next. Tu também, filha, tens 4. O que é isto? Mind. Reduces the threat generated from the caster's attack by 20. Increases mass charges regenerated by 3%. E... whenever innervate is gotten online, Amadeus also receives the skill effects. Reduces skill down by 10 seconds. Vamos lá. Tizian against a damage reduction. Não, este. Whenever fire tag is activated, takes. It's okay after casting Creed. Caster may cast it again for. Yeah. Cauldron. Increases focus regeneration. Aqui. Que é o melhor, nem vale a pena ver o resto. Yeah. E o nosso amigo só tem 2, portanto. Yeah, é só isso. Deixa-me ver se há aqui. Não é mesmo para continuar.
Fosco?
Tadinho do Vasco.
Fosco, listen to me. Fosco!
Oh.
Can you hear me? If you understand me, nod. Good. Now calm down. Everything will be all right. What is it?
I can't.
You can't speak.
Why?
Fosco, stop.
Why? Cicero.
Fosco, please.
No! Why?
What the
You
fuck?
salted
Salt dead.
in the ruins to get us out.
I remember. For you.
I know.
Oh.
I know.
Please. Go.
Oh, Vasquinho, tadinho. The lady, Lucia is right. I believe her. I believe that the lady is the Menticate, that she is of the old world, that she knows more than we do. I cannot run from that any longer. My worry now does not revolve around the authenticity of Lucia's claim, but rather our response to it. How are we going to fight something that exists on a different plane altogether? Whatever it is, the fact that she has not destroyed us completely, despite her powers, must count for something. Dwelling on this isn't something to bring forth any answers. We must keep looking forward. Salting. My father always used to tell me that all things in this world were fair. I don't believe I have quite come to agree with the sentiment, although I do appreciate that he was trying to sweeten our lot in life with his words. I will, however, agree with that point when it comes to power in this world. Always, there are consequences to wielding power, losses that come in various forms. It is no different with the Masquerades. Despite the abilities that Masquerades bestow, tapping too deeply into the powers of a Masquerade has crippling side effects. There is a threshold that Vegulas have come to identify, crossing which a Masquerada undergoes a process called salting. Sure. Named so because of how apparently similar the effects are to overdosing on a drug called stone salt. The effects differ marginally from case to case, but in general, when a masquerade assaults, their mind is rent and torn apart. Few recover enough to continue functioning normally. No victims have ever had the process reversed. Why exactly we salt? Why exactly we salt is, like many other aspects of the Masquerades, unknown. But the Vegulas have shown that it is impossible to, through practice of the media, push back one salting point. Portanto, o coitadinho do Vasco agora já não pode usar a sua Masquerade, acho eu, pelos vistos. Porque utilizou demasiado poder e agora, olha.
Inspectore.
Where are you going?
What are you doing?
Cicero! What is...
My arm, please.
Will you please explain yourself?
Thank you.
Inspectore, what are you...
Quiet, please.
What is he doing?
Shaith. He's creating a Fae.
What's he done?
Amadea, tell it we mean no harm.
My Dementica isn't that...
Try.
Shaishta? Iguan? Tufisgar?
Sen Arthafwil, Tuglok?
What's it saying?
The words that it's using are more archaic than what I've studied.
Come on, Amadea, you've got more than that.
Rish?
Sen Arthafwil, Tuglok.
I don't know.
Try harder. Surely there must be something you can...
Why do you call?
You can understand it.
Ask it if it knows about the artifacts.
Willafis Treror.
Igasathem.
Vel.
Vel.
What's it doing?
Lost.
Bosco, we need to find the artifacts.
Ikara Treror.
Treror. Is.
Does it know where they are?
Ishas?
Legdom Dwil. Legdom Ifas.
Let me go. Let me see.
It needs to get its bearings again.
We need its word that it will not abandon us.
It's a Fae in Spatore. You can't trust it.
Yes, we can. Its word.
Havar Gershen, Tuartesh.
Dom Will Atir.
On its... on...
Honor.
Yes.
Let it go.
You're insane.
Let it go.
Tudwil.
Melroy. Will.
I hope it knows to keep the shadows.
It will be back.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
Vasco.
Good night.
He's broken.
But he is strong. He will piece himself together, somehow.
And he is also right. It's getting very late.
Too late for an explanation. I have many questions in Spatore, but...
I'll answer them tomorrow.
Good. Then, I suppose we should call it a night. Cal!
Something's happened?
What is that about?
I know better than to pry, sir.
No.
It's late. Vint, you can spend the night.
Qual é a máscara nova? Ai, chance power of water, increasing the caster's attack by 20%. Qual é que eu tenho? Invokes the power of water, giving allies 50. Okay, reduction for 5 seconds. Taunt. Contains the maelstrom target location that sucks enemies within. Não, deixa estar como está. Tiziana casts an aura of protection that lasts for 10 seconds. If she's fatally damaged while the aura is active, she heals 4% of the maximum health and unleashes a fire wave. Okay. Cast down a meteor storm at the target location. Launches a slow-moving fireball in a single direction, burning all enemies it touches for 15. Deixa estar a que está. Esta que era nova. Turns to stone and hold nearby for 10 seconds. While the caster is in this form, they cannot move, become immune to damage and heal for 10% of their maximum health per second. O que é que tu tens em esta? Summon Summer. Não, amiga, desculpa, esta é melhor. E nós? Era esta a nova. Conjures a stampede of lightning horses that deal 60 damage to an enemy in their path. Calls on lightning. Esta é melhor. Apesar de com a tua sorte, né, tu não vais fazer nada porque já não consegues fazer nada. Só para confirmar que não há aqui nada de novo, porque nunca sabe. E vamos lá falar com o nosso amigo Colden. O que é que eles fizeram ao orfanato? Ai, filho, então.
You don't know why she wants to see you.
The head matron doesn't summon her people to the Hall of Songs unless it has to do with their legacies.
It's the journal, isn't it?
Ah!
Calm down, Cal.
How? I am this close to losing everything.
What are you talking about?
I don't... Orlana has had one goal since Jaxus died. To find out how and why.
And this journal has the details.
And more. Jaxus wanted to tell the world about us. To use the Sail Heart as evidence that we do leave legacies behind. That we deserve our space on the Singing Tree. He was tired of hiding, of living a lie, of being safe. He asked me if I would stand with him in this. In fear, I told him that he spoke words of idiocy, that he was being selfish. That night he drank until he could not see reason. I found his body in the back alleys of a tavern the morning after. Tavern owner said he'd picked the wrong fight.
I'm so sorry. When was this?
It's only been a year. But it feels so much longer.
And the journal?
I wrote in it every day for half a year. About the incident. About what I would have done different. About how much I miss him.
You could claim ignorance. Say that she wrote the entries to frame you.
It won't work.
Why?
Jaxus gave me this. It's an embellished Dementicate glyph for the sunset.
The sunset?
As a symbol of the meeting of two entities that were worlds apart, sun and sea, and how beautiful they were together. In the journal, I wrote about how he gave me this tattoo and what it means. The matron will see through the lie if I tell her the journal was fabricated. She will know. And I will lose everything. I will see you tomorrow.
Muita complicação que vai para aqui. Colden, onde é que está? Dos últimos. Acho que estamos a chegar ao fim. There is little justice in this world. A man in possession of such kindness and compassion should not have been dealt so bitter a hand. As if the circumstances into which he'd been born haven't been torturous enough in this world, he had so much taken from him. And now his tattoo, a symbol of love, has been twisted into the very thing that threatens to topple his life. Yet here I stand, unsure about the role I am meant to play in this. I have the option of standing with him. I am close to Mira Bass, and I'm certain she will weigh to my opinion. Or I could choose to let the world have its way with him, as it's had its way with so many others. After all, is that not fair? So many have suffered in this position before. Why should he be different? Ages. I can feel my mind scrambling for excuses to simplify the turmoil in my heart. I know what has happened to him is not right. I know he deserves better. But why must I be the one to give that to him? I feel like I've been in this position before, and I have no love for it in the least. Vasco Tessitori. My entire life thus far has been an attempt to disengage. When I was young, my brother and I kept to the shadows of the streets. We hunted where the other children would not. We stole from the houses that were the targets of no others. This was a choice I made for us, because I believed that the fewer ties we developed with the world around us, the less they had to hurt us with. And I was right. I spent so much time watching how the children of the street gangs were abused and abandoned, cheated and taken advantage of by the very people they'd come to trust. I refuse to let that happen to us. And it never did. What's more, we earned enough on the side to keep the family afloat. I had no reason to believe that there was anything wrong with the way I'd been living. Cyrus was very different. He'd always believed on relying on others for help, on standing as part of a group because there was strength in unity. But I was the older one. We did things my way. Things never really changed for me, even as I matured. When I joined the Portieri, I made few friends and even fewer enemies. As an inspectore, there weren't many of us to begin with, and our lives revolved around independent axes. When the other inspectores and I had to pick assignments, I rarely ever chosen diplomatic ones. My forte was always been solitary investigation. Instead of immersing myself in society, I chose to surround myself in shadow, to keep the ties I had with the world around me thin. It was a habit. It kept me from being accountable for things in the chaotic world that were beyond my control. Until now. Perhaps living this way for so long had fostered in me the belief that it might have been possible for me to divorce myself from the world. I would be my own person, independent and free from responsibility. It was a coward's lie, a coward who was too afraid to face the weight of the truth that it was impossibility. We breathe the air of the world, eat the fruits of its trees, step on its earths and soils. By those immutable facts, we impact the world, no matter how deep a hole we try to isolate ourselves in. We are accountable for the influence that we have on those around us, no matter if it was inflicted by our design or by uncontrollable circumstances. Vasco salted for me. I don't know why or what he was thinking, but he did. And now I am forced to reckon with my actions. Going to Lucia, trying to keep my ties with these people, with these friends of mine, I dare call them, as thin as possible was foolish. I'd spent time around these people, had fostered with them some sort of connection, no matter how deep. Did I truly think that I could erase that simply by running away? It cannot be clearer to me now that my attempt at cutting them out of my life for both their sakes and mine has only inflicted bitter wounds upon us all. Wounds that, most frustratingly, weren't even necessary. How much longer can I run? How many more people around me will I have to hurt before I learn that cowardice damns us all? This must stop. I cannot afford to run anymore, for the sake of those around me. For them, I must commit. I don't know what else I can do for Vasco as reparation, but this is a good start. Confirmar, está tudo. Ora bem. Confirmar se... Espera. Case notes. Okay. The Fae have been created. I have sent it out to find us our next lead, and I am certain it will return. It has been a while since I have penned in detail of our exploits. But the weight of a heavy heart is not confined to the breast. I now must make an attempt at recording all that has passed. Lucia is the Herald, and she believes that the Fae called the Lady has the ability to lead the city in order to defend it against another cataclysm. I do not know enough about the cataclysm to be quickly convinced, however. In fact, it seems more likely that is a lie. That is a lie fed to her by the Lady in order to frighten her into action. The powers of the Lady are impressive. They led Lucia to the heart. One of the Treror? Yeah. I know not how or when it came into her possession, but surely it was the Lady that brought her to it. Though I know it plays a role in the creation of Masquerades, I know not exactly what that role is. I am certain, however, that it hasn't much power on its own. If it did, Lucia would have demonstrated it. What better way to convince me of its capacity? The fact that she did not is enough for me to believe that her possession of the artifact hasn't created an insurmountable power gap. Though the Lady is clearly powerful, I am uncertain she is all that Lucia makes her out to be. The Lady promised Lucia that she had a plan for me. Doubtless, it was that I would see her logic and aid her in her conquest. But the fact that I am here, chronicling this, proves that the Lady is not all-knowing. She does not have the world bending to her will, and that should give us enough hope. Also, another breach has been drawn that it's sure to change the world as we see it. Previously, we had established that the Masquerades were once the Menticate. We established that the mists were an essential component of the Fae. Now we learn that the mists of Ombre are the remnants of the Masquerades that dissipate upon their wearer's death. Masquerades are of the same essence as Fae, the souls of the Dementicate. I have given the Fae instructions to find the rest of the Trehor. It makes me uncomfortable that all we can do now is wait for its return. But we must not forget the rest while we can. But we must not forget to rest while we can. Unfortunately, that prospect seems slim. What with Vince's arrival and the news she brought. E já está tudo.
He told me what happened with Jaxus.
That's good.
In just the span of over a year, he's lost two of the most important people in his life. Now his legacy is in jeopardy as well.
Pardon my language, sir, but damn it, he doesn't deserve this. He's already got enough on his plate with the world looking at people like him the way they do. It's not fair.
You shouldn't be drinking. You worry him.
Olha quem falou.
What are you gonna do, sir?
What do you mean?
Stand up for him is what I mean. You're not gonna let him go through that, are you?
Stand up for... Do you know what that means?
It means that you'll be there for him.
It means that I'll be defying the Hall of Songs. This is the way people like him have been treated for ages.
So you believe that it's right, the way they treat him?
Of course not.
Then you'll stand up for him.
It's not that simple.
I don't see why not!
I'm just one man.
So what? Who cares if you're one man or 100? You believe in something, you fight for it. Simple. And you believe in Cal, don't you?
You don't know what you're saying.
I'm too young, so I don't matter, is that it?
No, Vin, please.
I hope you enjoyed your drink, sir.
You go, girl. Vint, as an inspectore, I am all too familiar with thorough analysis and thoughtful consideration. Think and think and think again is what we were taught to do. Nothing is ever as simple as it seems. Always look beneath the surface, always second guess and doubt. In that haze of advocated contemplation, you can understand how easy it would be to forget that sometimes the best solution to a situation might be the most straightforward. The clutter of consideration can sometimes be the enemy of action. Think for too long or too hard, and you end up paralyzed. Sometimes it is better to just do. I believe that is one of the few lessons in life that needn't be learned as it were. As children, all we do is act. Rarely do we ever stop to think. But instead is a lesson that needs to be protected against the overwhelming maelstrom of knowledge and thought that comes with age. Every once in a while, we need a reminder to pull our heads out from the clouds and simply act. And this time, my reminder has come in the form of a young girl with more wisdom than I'd first anticipated. Just let me pet the damn cats. God damn.
Herald, this will hurt.
Just get it over with. Is that the last of them?
Yes, Herald. Though, if I might say, the next time you want to heal yourself so rapidly, it would be wise to set the bones right first.
I was under dozens of feet of stone. That tends to complicate healing.
You're right, I apologize. It was quick thinking. Quite likely saved your life.
Dismissed.
For the lady.
You said he would listen.
And he did.
Then why is he not here with me?
It is part of the plan.
The Barati are all gone.
They did not fall into the grander scheme of things.
How could they not? You have told me what we need to do. Unite the city, repair the broken Medea. How does the Barati not accomplish that?
You would not understand.
Then help me too. Help me understand why you brought me to such power, only to strip me of it.
The next piece is in their hands, and they needed hope before they acted.
In their hands.
The gears are turning. The rivers are flowing. In time, you will see, my child. But till then, you must have faith.
Yes, milady.
Oh, odd time for reading.
I didn't want to wake the others. You?
Just, thinking. So, you did buy it in the end.
It's a good book. I'm reading about how our people in the Second Canticle still feared the Masquerades.
I suppose you would be interested in that, wouldn't you?
What do you mean?
It's testament to how knowledge can change the world. The moment you understand the power of something, how it works, what it can do, the way you use it, the way it shapes the world, changes.
And here I was thinking that you hated history.
Oh, I do. Just, not the lessons you could get from it.
Fair. Fair. What? Have I got something on my face?
No, it's just, the others were right. You are quite different.
If I might be honest.
I'd like nothing else.
When we realized that you weren't with us in the Golden Canvas, I was scared.
How thoughtful.
The last time I felt that way was when I woke up in the Whispering Streets, after what happened in the White Spire.
When you could have helped Invidious.
Yes. It's the fear of losing something that matters. And I dealt with it 5 years ago, by thinking that it would be better never to have anything to lose, than risk losing it all.
Not completely wrong.
No, but... Lysandra. For 5 years, I had the opportunity to be a part of something that was important to me. I denied myself of it, and now I know how much more painful that is. I don't want to do it again.
Still, though, you've changed pretty quickly.
Cicero, I don't think you know how much effort it takes to be mean.
You going to stay out?
I'd like to read a little more, yes.
All right. Good night, then.
You finished your thinking?
Now I have. Yes.
Good night, Cicero.
Amadea Invidious, and the process is complete. A wonder to behold. Truly, how drastically the woman has changed. She has proven herself in possession of a strength I had not anticipated. She has recovered from the grief far more quickly than I would have guessed possible. But now, the yoke of her history has slipped off her shoulders, and her sights are set forward. She has stepped out of the fire, purged of the poison of her past, which in its wake has left her with a valuable lesson. Regret, despite its softer bark, will prove to be far beastlier a burden than the pain of loss. So try. Recognize that fear is the pernicious seed of regret, and let it not stop you from trying, from doing. If only I had learned that lesson all those years ago, I believe my life might have turned out rather differently. Só confirmar que não tenho aqui nada, não tenho aqui nada e vamos lá outra vez para dentro.
Calden?
Please, stay out of this.
What is this?
A solution.
What are you talking about? Oiled cloth. Calden, what are you doing?
I've thought about it. Zelia cannot know. I will not let her take the Sail Heart from me, or Raz's legacy. She cannot know the truth.
Calden, do not be foolish. Talk to me, please.
I'm sorry, Cicero.
Calden, stop! Calden!
Give it back to me.
Put down the flame.
I will do it, with or without the Masquerine. How much of my arm will be left after is up to you.
Damn it, Calden, don't do this!
What else am I supposed to do? Allow them to take everything I have from me?
Burning your tattoo away is going to solve nothing!
It will invalidate the journal. I will mend my flesh, clean out Jax's room, and there will be nothing they can use against me.
You will lose everything you have of him, Calden!
I lose either way! At least this will protect the children and my brother's legacy. Razatov, Jax's. They both would have wanted this.
You know that's not true. This needs to stop, Calden. Don't let their deaths be in vain.
I am sorry.
No!
Cicero, you damn fool.
Let me see it. Good. Good.
Tides take you. What were you thinking?
You don't deserve to do this to yourself. No one does.
What about the Sailheart, the children? Razatov's chime? Let them take my song, I don't care. But my brother, he should not pay for my wrongs.
There is no wrong to even speak of. If they want to take the Sailheart and your brother's legacy, let them try. Between you and me, I think we can take them on. Vince said a sticky little thing last night. But if you believe in something, you fight for it. You raised her well, Calden.
I didn't do it alone.
You won't have to let them know. We'll go to the Hall of Songs first, settle this issue with Zelia and Orlana, and then we'll come back.
Then it is your turn to tell us everything, yes?
It is. Now...
Leaving already?
Not this time, boys.
The two of you should be resting. The Fae hasn't come back yet.
And let Calden deal with this by himself.
What?
Please, Mariner. You were screaming last night. You really thought no one else would hear?
You know?
Surprise.
And Vasco?
Yes?
Vasco?
His metal is impressive.
What's going on?
He woke me up before dawn, asked for my help.
To what?
To
speak.
And?
Not perfect. Mind muddled. Languages floating. But better.
Vasco, I'm...
No. Now is the Mariner's time. Touché. I support you.
Thank you.
Besides, your personal life is your own, as long as it doesn't get in the way of the investigation.
And since the investigation is waiting for the return of our supernatural friend...
I don't believe this.
This world, not always hopeless.
I guess not.
Come on. I think the coach has space for one more. The others can stay back, in case our Fae returns.
Vasco Tessitore, I am surprised that he still remains with us after all that has happened. Is his lust for power, for the artifacts, truly that strong? Somehow I find that conviction insufficient to justify his actions, both prior and present. When we were in the sunken star, he'd said to me that he'd not abandon me again. There, in his eyes, I saw an apology. I saw grief and remorse, but not their roots. What had he done that warranted such a confession? What regrets, what secrets of ours must he have divulged, and what had he gained in the process? Again, I have no answers, but I find that bothers me less than it should. He saved my life. If he had ratted us out, I don't believe I'd be able to hold that against him in the light of his recent actions. Calden. There comes a point in time when a choice must be made. It is safe to think that we can pass through our lives without standing for something. And for a long time, that's what I did. I thought that perhaps I might be able to walk the ever-narrowing path between factions, between beliefs, between ideals, for the sake of my safety and those who I cared about. I thought that perhaps, by never choosing to fight for something, I'd be saved. After all, if I didn't stand with it, I wouldn't fall with it either. And that was fine, until the world in which I live reminded me that it doesn't operate quite so simply. It is a fool's errand to think that one might be able to call oneself independent of belief. To say that they invest their faith in nothing is idiosyncratic. In putting forth that statement, they have proclaimed their belief in it to be true. They have faith in its authenticity, even if nothing else. Therefore, it has been, by its nature, defied. So it is with the choices we make in our lives. To deny the responsibility of making a choice is a choice in and of itself. It is willful ignorance. It is the choice to stand by and watch the world pass. And we are responsible for the choices we make, whether they be the choice to incite civil war or the choice to subscribe to inaction. But yet, even as I form those thoughts in my head, I know they simply the reality of the situation. They simplify the reality of the situation. We are not merely responsible for our choices. We are our own choices. We are what we choose to be, and I will not allow my cowardice, my fear of fighting, of losing, to define me. I cannot. I have done it before, and I have caused suffering not only to myself, but for those many others, and I will not do it again. Calden, if ever you find this, know that I am eternally grateful that you entered my life, for you brought it with you a lesson I will never forget. You taught me how to believe again. Thank you. Ora bem, vamos lá.
I'd like to thank you, Marshal, for being so accepting of the Mariner.
It isn't so much a feat as you describe it.
I'd beg to differ. Supporting Italios isn't quite the most orthodox action.
The Lucca aren't known for standing up for what is orthodox, Inspectore. We're known to stand up for what's right.
Another verse from the Bright Chorus?
No. My father, this time.
They're wise words. I only wish more people listened to them these days.
We should be getting ready, Inspectore.
Of course.
Este jogo tem pai, quase 8 anos e é ridículo como é tão trata de coisas tão recentes. Que estupidez. 8 anos. E nada mudou. Again, she displays confusing behaviors, standing up for Calden despite the circumstances. That is not something a Luca who follows so strictly the ways of their guild would do. In fact, that is an act I'd be less surprised to find endorsed by the bright chorus. The more I observe the choices she makes, the more I realize how much about her I have yet to understand. Pá, tu raramente a escolhes como é normal. Oh, vamos lá, Vasquinho.
1.
1.
Again. 1.
1.
2.
2.
3.
3.
Again. 3.
To fail!
It's all right. Let's try that again, from the beginning. 1.
Oh, tadinho.
Quite eventful these days have been. First our poor friend Salts, and now we learn that another is Talios. You've always been a magnet for the dramatic, you know.
You don't have to tell me twice. Do thank Lavia for me, if you get the chance. It's sweet of her, taking care of Vasco like that.
What can I say? Your friends are our friends, Cicero.
Even the Mariner?
I was from Rune, Cicero. Our customs are rather different over there. Besides, if there's one thing living in this city does to people, it's open minds. You don't survive long in a world of fire and ice with such narrow vision.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Oh.
It was nice, what you did for Calden.
He's gone through enough. It would be awful to make things any harder for him.
Do you have something else on your mind? You sound a little distracted.
Well, I do, actually. That Fae that you created last night. How?
Kyrie's explained it all to us.
No, I meant the Scythe. What were you thinking of? What did you use?
It's not the shortest story. Are you certain you want to hear it?
I'm sure we can spare a little time.
When I was younger, I had been Contadani. I had always thought the Portieri guards that patrolled the spire had the ripest purses. I haunted the streets around it like a specter. Me and my fruit knife.
You? A cut purse?
I did not learn all my skills from the registry, no. One day, I got caught, and the Portieri dragged me by my heels up the grand stairs. When we came to the top, I had my breath taken from me. Sprawled out before me was the city that I had hated for cursing me and my family with poverty. But at that moment, from that vantage point, it suddenly seemed beautiful. The guards turned to me and asked me what I was doing. I turned to them and said, I want to be a Portieri.
What did they do then?
Clubbed me over the back of my head.
No, they didn't.
I woke up in a cell, told my story to the Valencio at the time, and the rest is a story of history.
And you used that?
That moment at the top of the stairs, looking out at the city. I was remembering the wonderment, the drive to make it better, the awe at its beauty, the curiosity at its secrets. And then that Fae materialized.
I see. Thank you for sharing.
Come on, let's get ready.
Ai, deixa eu ver se há aqui alguma coisa em cima. De certeza que há. Ou talvez não. Não, não. Confirmar só que ali em baixo, que acho que é para fazer reset às skills. Yeah, é para fazer reset às skills, eu não quero fazer. E vamos avançar. Deixa eu ver que cor é que eu ainda ganhei. 3% de focos. Ok. Vamos para este. Só confirmar que aqui não há nada e nada. Vamos lá.
Where to, sir?
The Hall of Songs, please.
Pois estou, obviamente. Eu quero continuar a trazer o Vasco porque ele fez tanto por nós agora. Mas será que a nossa amiga, a Tiziana, será que não será a melhor hipótese, já que ela tem o estatuto que tem? Será que ajuda? Pois também há aqui a Amadeia. Minha filha, tens tão pouca vida em comparação com os outros. Quanto é que tu tens? 100? Foda-se, ainda quem fala. Não vou manter o Vasco. Confirmar sempre se há aqui alguma coisita de lore ou assim. Antes de irmos cá para dentro. Só pelo simples não. Ok, não há nada. Vamos lá.
Cicero. If things do not go well inside...
I will not abandon you.
It's not that. I need you to know how grateful I am for everything that you've already done.
We'll be fine, Calden.
And this is his brother's?
Yes, Head Matron. I spoke with Mirabas after Calden had visited the hall some days ago. She told me that his brother had intended this for him.
He rarely spoke of this brother of his.
Of course. His family likely was too ashamed to call him their blood. Their chimes would be in jeopardy.
As they are in your hands?
Ah, Calden. It's a pleasure to see you.
Likewise, Head Matron.
And Inspectore Gavar, it's been a while.
Head Matron?
Now, Mariner, you are aware of the reason you have been called here?
I have my suspicions.
Your sleeve, then, if you will.
Matron, if I might have a...
Your sleeve, Calden. There, Matron. It is true.
What is true, exactly?
Matron, I spoke of this earlier. That tattoo is proof that...
That what? Answer me precisely, if you would.
What do you mean?
Kalden has a tattoo. And I do not see anything unusual about art on the skin.
But that tattoo is evidence that he deserves to be punished.
For what? Precisely.
He is Talios.
And is that my business, or is it his?
You are defending him.
As a matron should, for her own people.
This is against the laws of society.
Society governs those laws, songstress. And as the leader of a large part of that society, I choose to stand by this man.
This? No.
Orlana! Kalden! Zelia.
I will call for Mirabos.
Thank you.
O que é que esta vai fazer, caraças? Alguma coisa aqui não.
Orlana, please.
Stay back!
Please, Orlana, put the chime down.
Do not tell me what to do, beast! You corrupted my brother!
Listen to me, please!
How did you defile his mind?
I did not!
Liar! You must have fed him something, given him some poison to turn him into a beast like you!
I did no such thing.
He was my brother, and you took him away from me! I loved him!
As did I! You speak of poisons and defilement and treachery. The truth is far simpler. I loved him.
But you took him away from me. You took away my brother and replaced him with something else.
That is not true. He was always the same romantic, sentimental man that you grew up with. This doesn't change that. If there is a reason to be angry at me, it is because I was a coward. It was because of my fear of being honest about who I was, about what we were, that stopped me from giving him the support that he needed. When he needed it the most, I shouldn't have abandoned him. But I did. And I am sorry.
Sorry isn't going to bring my brother back.
Orlana!
Oh meu Deus, mulher. Por amor de Deus. Come on.
Something is wrong.
Orlana!
Kalden, the chime!
Help me, Cicero!
Cicero!
Matron, she was hit hard.
She will require extensive healing. Her pulse is barely there. I must take her down now, or she will not survive.
Go, Zelia. We'll handle this. Something is wrong. It is never this aggressive. What happened?
Orlana tried to feed it the chime, but it attacked her.
Attacked her? Ages. It's out of control. And the chime?
It took it.
Then it's feeding off the song. We need to kill it. We cannot afford to let it remain like this.
What about the chime?
If we are quick enough, the song might survive. Sisters, prepare yourselves. I hope you're ready, Cicero.
As I'll ever be.
Now, Cicero! Legan Ardul!
No!
Oh, homem, por que não te atiraste? Come on.
No.
Thank you, Cicero. That Fae, Aegis knows what happened to it.
I've always wondered why you songstresses wanted to keep people out.
That isn't the reason. For all the centuries the singing tree has been here, it's never acted like this. Oh.
What are you thinking?
Something is happening. Something that we cannot see, that is on a level beyond us. It frightens me to wonder what it might be.
Indeed.
But it is settled, at least for now. As for other matters...
He's a good man, Mirabas. Saved Orlana when he could have saved the song.
And now that song is gone forever.
You will consider my request, though?
Society will not change, even if I do this, Cicero.
I'm not asking for it to. But please, even you can tell that he is deserving of better.
Perhaps I am being blinded by tradition, but I suppose I can do this. As a favor to him for saving the life of my songstress, even if she might not have been quite so generous.
Thank you, Mirabas.
I will tend to it now. I'll be back shortly.
Ele pediu para ela fazer uma música, não foi? Deve ter sido.
How are you feeling?
The head matron has decided to leave the sail heart in my care. There's great consolation in that.
Calden, will you face me, please? Why? Tell me, Calden. Please.
It's not worth a life. Jax has taught me that.
When I went to the Sail Heart, there were children there. Did they call Jax as their father?
They do.
Could I meet them?
Of course.
That would be nice. I think I'll see you around.
I know it's not Razatov, but...
Take your heart, take my hand. I will lead you through storm and fire. The blood may thin, the bow may break, but our cradle will e'er be shared. The wound will heal, the songs will ring, and soon again will your spirit sing. Take my heart, take your hand. I await you in promised land.
Aww.
All right, big man.
Tão fofa. Ai, ora bem, ora bem, ora bem. Orlana, change is not something that comes easily to people. I do not speak specifically of the citizens of Ombre, but of our kind in general. There is resistance initially, much like how the butterfly must first struggle to emerge from its cocoon. But once that period of turmoil has passed, it leaves of those involved. The lives, ai meu Deus, the lives of those involved are changed, and often as drastically as the difficulties are difficult. Certainly, not all changes are for the better in this world, and many of those that are quite easily undone. And many of those there are quite easily undone. É isso. But on the rare occasion when witness is born to permanent good change, the excruciation, meu Deus, that precipitated the metamorphosis can hardly be described as ill-fated. Mirabas was right when she said that you could hear a smile. I hadn't completely understood what she meant when she said it. But listening to Orlana now, I think I do. Tá aqui. Mangiatore. Long have the songstresses kept mum about the fae that resides at the tip of the singing tree. Certainly it is in records somewhere, but fae never speak of it. But few ever speak of it. É lá. The songstresses have a method of clearing out the songs from chimes, so new ones can take their place. This fae must have been it. Portanto, Mangiatore comia as músicas para limpar os chimes. Não, é aqui, é aqui. The Seventh Canticle. Peraí, isto é ok, então estamos bem. The Seventh Canticle lasted for 15 measura. 289 a 348 IL. And with the cutting off of Umbrians from the Randagia that wished to move to the city, came the drawing of the first line of distinction that was to shape the nation in the decades to come. With most of the Masquerada residing in the city, the gap between the Masquerada and the Contadani began to widen, mirroring the segregation that the city experienced from the Randagia. Without any external threats to defend themselves against and unifying the Masquerada, the restless power of Ombre began turning on itself, and feuds between the guilds began to erupt. The registry could do little to control the guilds, because at this time they had already lost much of their influence over the city. What with the words that they'd given to the guilds now threatening their own territories. The Cacciatori were fashioned in 299 IL to fend off Masquerada, who saw the Randagia as land to be claimed instead of part of the same nation. There were great numbers of Contadani that suffered because of the feuds between the Masquerada, and this allowed and this allowed Contadani resentment towards the Masquerada to fester. The event that broke the reservation of the Contadani was the execution of Tamara de Rassi, a woman who organized groups of vigilante Contadani who worked at the docks that would secretly pilfer the cargo of wealthy merchants and distribute them to the poor in an attempt to close the widening disparity between the rich and the poor. Her execution sparked the festering resentment that the Contadani harbored and inspired them to pick up arms and begin a revolution. Thus began the Bright War in 347 and the ending of the 7th Canticle. E último. The 8th Canticle. The 8th Canticle is the canticle that we find ourselves in presently. It is currently in its 15th measure, having begun in 349 EL, and many suspect that the songstresses are waiting for the end of the War of Bearings to declare the end of the canticle. The Bright War ended 352 EL, or IL, having lasted 5 years. But the songstresses did not deem the canticle over, for the end of the war was not seen as a critical point in the Song of the Ages. Instead of attitudes towards the Contadani becoming better after the war, they worsened. The Contadani were viewed as the cause of death of so many Masquerada, and fueled the scorn held by the dam. The lingering dissent and unsolved issues between the Masquerada and the Contadani escalated over the years and came to a head with my brother's rebellion against the White Spire 5 years ago. Estão-me a faltar aqui coisas que eu não sei. Eu acho que já fui a todo lado, pá. Ok. Cicero, come on. Os cãezinhos já estão no máximo? Estão no máximo. Tu estás quase no máximo. Ora bem, deixa lá ver. Against the Dutch Masquerada of March Church within current stance. Whenever none is activated, becomes double. Whenever a war attack, skill cooldowns on nearby allies reduced by 3 seconds. Conjure one or more spheres. The caster slides backwards as the target is being pulled in. The caster launches themselves towards the target instead. Ok. Não, vamos para aqui. Portanto, gains more mask ultimate when mask charge is spent. Or sister gains no. Whenever a war attack is activated, gains 100% attack speed for 3 seconds. Whenever speed bursts, the skill cooldowns of nearby enemies get reduced. Nearby allies get reduced by 3 seconds. Or control skill cooldown, however, increases by 5 seconds. No, aqui, upgrade. Nós. Está no máximo, está no máximo, está no máximo. Então só te falta esta. Ok, Bastion, Cooldown and nearby allies gain to reduction for 10 seconds. Or cooldown attack speed and damage increases by 3% for 5 seconds per enemy hit by rebounds. Cooldown nearby allies gain. Yeah. este. Tu. O que é que te falta? Só te falta um destes dois, portanto. Elemental tag is activated. Tiziana gains damage reduction for the fire tag. Vamos para aqui. Tu, o que é que te falta? Falta-te um destes, né? Mind reduces the threat generated from the caster's attack by 20%. Uses mark charge. Vamos para aqui. Tu, anda lá, nosso amigo. Tu, falta-te. Só te falta uma. Só te falta esta. Dirge elemental tag is activated. Vasco gains damage reduction for 2 seconds. Elemental tag is activated. The target becomes vulnerable for 3 seconds. Vamos meter este, que é melhor. Pronto. Tu sobra-te um, mas eu também não te... tudo isto custa 2, portanto também não podes. Vai dar a mesma.
Rise, my brethren. It is found.
Is your face all right? You haven't stopped smiling since we left the hall.
It's just... all my life I've lived in fear, and now... you've changed my life, Cicero.
Oh, come now. I didn't do...
You showed me that even in a city of secrets and shadows, the truth has a place in our hearts and is worth fighting for. I know the city isn't going to change because of what we've done, and the Hall of Songs probably isn't going to sail to different winds overnight. But you've made a difference, Cicero. In my life, at least. Know that.
I think I might have needed this ordeal as much as you.
Come on. Let's see if our Fae friend is back.
Não apanhei nada, portanto não vale a pena ir ali. Não dá para falar com vocês, portanto vamos lá ver.
Tower. It's not sharp with spires. It's more of a tall dome.
What's going on?
Keep going. Salting. I can't believe I hadn't seen this earlier.
You've lost me.
It was the key to understanding Dementicula. Adaran Vamus, the first man who salted and retained a portion of his mind, could, during his lucid moments, read, write, and speak Dementicula, just like Vasco. He was the cornerstone upon which all research into the language was based.
What are you saying?
I'm saying it's a bridge. Salting connects the two souls, the two minds, the two spirits, whatever you want to call them. And it happens when we use the Masquerine's powers too strongly, tap too deeply into another soul.
So they're connected?
Exactly. And now, all the stories of the past are at our fingertips. Imagine all that we could learn now that we understand this connection.
Right. So what's the poor bloodling done to deserve this?
Vasco's claimed that he's had a few memories that seem to have been left over by the Dementicate, who'd been his Masquerine. He thinks he can see what their city might have looked like. We're trying to replicate it.
Remember, bulbous.
I think I've got it.
And that's it?
Let me see. What does it look like? I don't quite know what to make of it.
Vasco.
I can make out a long tower over there, but...
Amadea, that's not a tower.
Oh!
That's a man, with his trousers down. That's his,
Vasco! Will you please take this seriously?
I only see vague images. Nalior, not enough for anything substantial.
I suppose it was worth a try. Rotten swine, you.
Well, now that everything's settled down, I think we've kept our questions in the shadows for long enough.
About the sunken star. Right.
Ah.
You'd best sit down.
Spill.
First we learned that Masquerades are Dementicate, and now you're telling me that they're Fae as well.
It makes sense. The increase in the mists in the recent years corresponds with the destruction of the hundreds of Masquerades in the War of Bearings.
This is incredulous, Inspectore. The Fae have been around since time immemorial, and no one has managed to learn where they've come from.
Until now. Think about it, Marshal. Masquerades and Fae. Two things that have existed before the city was even built. Is it really so surprising that they're related?
And Lucia was led by one of them?
Is. If I could get out of there alive, I'm certain she made it through as well. But, yes. She's being led by a Fae they call the Lady. Being Dementicate, she has knowledge of the world that we haven't even glimpsed.
You said she's trying to stop another cataclysm from occurring.
She mentioned something about uniting the city, bringing the artifacts together. She handed me some scrolls about Dementicate history to read, but I haven't had the time.
Well, now we do. It's not a long record. It explains the downfall of their civilization. In summary, the single event that served as the pivot for the success of their empire was a civil war.
Sounds familiar.
What was this war about?
The artifacts. For a long time, they were used by the Dementicate to push the boundaries of their empire.
Which supports what we found at the Conoscenza.
But it couldn't last forever.
Not with the way the artifacts worked.
Calden!
The way they worked? Inspectore!
I'm sorry, Marshal. The artifacts were what were responsible for turning the souls of the Dementicate into Masquerades. They created the Dementicate's power.
And everyone knows this?
Marshal, I wanted to tell you.
Carry on.
Tiziana...
Stop wasting my time. How did the Dementicate fall?
When the artifacts were received by the Dementicate, they initially sacrificed their prisoners to create the Masquerades. When their empire expanded, they began to turn to ordinary men and women instead. As you can imagine, that did not end well.
Uprisings?
Exactly. Their empire was cleaved in two, those who wanted to continue using the artifacts, and those that demanded that they be kept away, saying that it cost them too much.
Well, the artifacts are nowhere to be found, so I assume the latter faction won?
Correct. And that is when their empire began to crumble. Without the powers of the artifacts, they couldn't stand against the chaos of the world.
Chaos?
It isn't explained exactly what it was, but I think it is safe to assume that it's related to the cataclysm.
If these scrolls don't mention what the cataclysm is, then why does Lucia believe another is in store for us?
I don't know. But what I do know is that she believes that she needs to unite the city, and she intends to do that by overthrowing the registry.
Oh.
Just on time.
So cute.
Kadek?
Sam Bel Ya.
Harish?
Sam Bel Ya.
The Assemblia.
It wants us to go to the altars.
The Misted Isles.
Ah, of course.
I'm sorry, I don't follow.
The Misted Isles. A set of monuments left behind by the Dementicate. The Altus built the Assemblia around it to keep people out. Vasco, what's on these monuments that it wants us to see? Can't it just tell us what's on it?
Avar?
Don Sivnia. Santa. Atavar.
No. They're guarded, and he doesn't remember precisely. But he promises they're important.
It's all right. At least now we have a lead.
Tiziana should go with you. The relationship between the Altus and the Luca is the strongest of all between the Samora. It might help ease our way in.
Well...
Oops.
Do I smell hesitation?
Fine.
Better get ready then.
Day 4. 6 Sandera 407 EL. The Fae returned, and we, all of us, the truths are out, have translated the scrolls that Lucia has given to me. These scrolls tell us more about the fall of the Dementicate than hundreds of years' worth of digging through ruins has. The Dementicate were divided about the usage of the Trehor. When they ran out of convicts to convert into Masquerades, they turned to ordinary people instead. And this divide in the society made them weak. They could not stand against the chaos of the world, which we have come to interpret as the cataclysm. Though we know not exactly the details of this chaos, it seems to have been enough to convince Lucia that the time for action is now, and that is all that matters currently. The Fae I summoned has told us that we must go to the Assemblea next. It cannot remember what we will find, but its memory has drawn it to those ruins. Though I wish we had a better lead than a fresh-faced ancient memory, this will have to do.
Oh, you're looking much better.
Time heals. I'll be all right, eventually. I have something to show you.
Wait. That's... Jaff's?
It has been a while.
I cannot believe this. All these years.
You're hurt. I'm sorry, but I couldn't jeopardize my new life.
Your life with the Laboris?
It seemed the best way to find out who it was that killed my parents.
And it's paid off. You've discovered who it was then?
Benak. Not just yet. But that is a mission for another time. A time when the whole of Umber is not at stake.
Why didn't you tell me?
They were friends.
I tried.
The whistles.
And the golden canvas.
And the sunken star. That's why you did it. Why you were willing to salt.
Yes. I couldn't leave you. Not again.
Ages. Where do we go from here?
First things first. Continue to address me as Vasco, please. It's stuck.
I understand.
And secondly, I do not see why this has to change anything. I am still in your company. We still search for the tools to save all of Umber. We keep going. That's what we do.
All right. Let's find these artifacts then.
Let's find these artifacts.
Vasco Tessitore. And I call myself an inspectore. It is not often that my intuition fails me, and I listen to it for the most part. But this... Perhaps it is because a part of me wanted to believe that he truly had perished. I had mourned a long time for him, and my mind might have wanted to preserve the meaning of those tears. Even still, with the whistles and our conversation at the golden canvas. His motivations for being a part of the investigation are beginning to reveal themselves. He knew that I suffered after his supposed death, and perhaps felt guilt. After all, if I had to trace my motivations for wanting to insulate myself from the world, that might be where it all started. Being exposed to death at so young an age rarely leaves one untouched, and he knew it. Whatever the case, he is right. It would be silly to remember him as the boy that I'd grown up with. Time has shaped him, changed him, and in a sense, the child that I remember is dead. There is much closure that needs to be sought with this man, but for now, I do believe enough has been said. Oh, they were friends.
Ages. It makes so much sense.
Talking to yourself again?
Just thinking about the behavior of the Fae. The way they respond to the old world, like the Kilgan in the Cleaver, so careful not to touch the relics. Or those in the pin drop, and the way they shied away from the statue of their god. I always thought they exhibited such strange behaviors because of some inherent power in the relics or something. But they must remember that the items were part of their world. For all I know, the Kilgan could have been my custodial predecessors thousands of years ago.
You're rather quick to humanize them. I don't think most Fae remember who they once were.
Not fully, perhaps, but there is a sliver of humanity in each. That's what the Scythe are. Fragments of humanity used as a seed for the Fae to be born out of. It might be merely a fragment, true, but still. I shouldn't let this get too much in the way. We have work that needs to be done, and I'm sure there'll be time. Later.
Cicero, about earlier.
I suppose she had to find out eventually.
My mind has just been so overwhelmed. Keeping secrets seemed like the least of our concerns, especially now with tides.
What's bothering you?
Lucia. She's being led by a demented Kate who's been around longer than all our legacies combined. It just worries me what we're standing up against.
We've come this far, haven't we?
I suppose we have. All right. Chins up then.
Marshal.
Inspectore.
You know why I did what I did.
I do. It's because you don't trust me.
I trust you perfectly fine. Your guild, on the other hand.
After all this time, you still don't see it.
I'm sorry?
I am my guild, Inspectore. With hindsight, I suppose I should have made that clearer. Might have spared us both some inconvenience.
I am my guild. And so the truth is out. I have delayed this for as long as possible. But I've braced myself against her wrath. I suppose that's what's make her reactions even more surprising. She harbors an anger, yes, a cold, wintry one, but beneath that she is hurt. That astonishes me on two levels. Firstly, it is evidence that she cares. She's invested more into this investigation than I'd initially thought. Had this just been a simple mission on her part, surely she wouldn't have taken this so personally. But yet, here she is, her heart wounded by my deception. Secondly, and perhaps more surprisingly, I am astonished because I find myself sorry. It seems she isn't the only one who invested more into our acquaintanceship than I'd first expected. Somewhere along the way, my view of her changed. Initially, she'd been a burden, a spy, a threat to be wary of. Now, however, a great defender, a compassionate woman to a degree, perhaps even a friend willing to expose herself. She spoke to me of her father. Let me see into her mind and her heart. Help me understand, if not completely, why she acts the way she does. I do not think one can show or be shown such vulnerability without forming some sort of a connection. And I have gone ahead and ruined it. Now, any trust that I might have built with her has been shattered. And that saddens me to a point. Still, though, she has not let her emotions cloud her judgment of the situation, as I will not let mine. At the end of the day, she is a marshal, and I am an inspectore, and we have our jobs to do.
Hasn't anyone told you it's rude to stare?
Sir, are we really traveling with that thing?
It needs to follow us, so yes.
Does it,
understand
us?
Perhaps. It certainly isn't stupid.
Right. Well, anyway, where are we going today, sir?
The Assemblia, please.
Right away.
Ok, então ela está confirmada que vai. Vem a nossa amiga connosco também. Why not? Yes.
You need to hide.
Comfortable?
Well, we can't have a Fae walking around with us now, can we? Let's go.
The Assemblia. In all of Umbre, there might be no better symbol of Alta's pride than the Assemblia. Built but a decade after the Altas had been made official, the Assemblia was constructed with a single purpose: to keep members outside of the Altas from accessing a set of ruins they've called their own, the Misted Isles. The reason for this is simple, at least to the Altas. The restricting access to the ruins is a display of the power that they have over those who aren't allowed in. Quite frankly, a vast majority of the city couldn't care less about whether or not they were allowed into the ruins. But the city's opinion hasn't often influenced the Alta's decision. Mais uma ink nova. Temos mais alguma coisa? Não. E não dá para fazer festas ao cão. Bora. Altas Nobilis. The Altas Nobilis, or the Brown Guild, is home to a vast majority of Umbre's historians. Most of them are too obsessed with the past to worry about the present, and this blinding obsession with history has come at a cost. In recent years, they have lost the respect of many in the city, especially because they're reluctant to engage in contemporary affairs.
Halt!
Good morning, Malleus.
You've got company, is that?
Inspectore Cicero Gavar, yes.
I do not think Va Previo would be too pleased to see you bringing a member of the White Spire in here.
I am here under the orders of the Judge Master. I'm certain the VAR will allow this.
On your word, Marshal.
Nice.
Tiziana?
Hello, Mother.
Mother?
Ai, gosto das...
Please
não,
sit.
das asinhas, yeah.
Inspector Gavar, it is surprising to see you here.
I am sorry, but I had not been told that we would be visiting Tiziana's mother.
Does it matter who she is? We need access to the Assemblia, and that is that.
So, that's why you've come. Might I ask what for?
The Misted Isles. We want to see it.
Tiziana, even you understand that
I am here on behalf of the Judge Master. You will take us to see it or have him to answer to.
I can't. Excuse me. The Assemblia is occupied.
What in the light is that supposed to mean? Mists. What is happening inside?
The Rediro. They've grown.
Grown?
They're trying to break free.
Prepare yourselves! Here they come!
Não, filho. Eu acho que eu não fiz nada nessa luta, mas sem ser os cães.
They're enormous.
Va Pravia had gone to the Luca to make a request for assistance. We had hoped to contain them until she returned.
It seems you failed at that.
Isabel, we need to get to the Misted Isles.
I'll get the calendar. Tiziana, guard the door, please, while I determine the course we should take.
Amadea, assist me.
Isabel, you and Tiziana.
She blames me for her father's death.
Zane. From what I know, he died of an illness.
10 years ago, while I was on a ruin raid with the Altus, there was an accident. I fell into a coma for 2 years, during which Zane tirelessly cared for me.
He stretched himself thin.
Too thin. He started falling ill. One night, just a month before I emerged from the depths of the coma, he did not wake to the morning sun. Tiziana thinks that if I had been stronger, if I had been able to protect myself, he would still be alive.
It was an accident.
Born of incompetence.
And she said this to you? That she blames you?
I'm certain she's spoken much about Zane. Is it any wonder that you have never heard of me?
I had thought that perhaps you might have...
Being dead, sometimes it feels like I might as well be to her. Here, the 57th route. I can take us through it.
Isabel, perhaps if you tried speaking to her...
I have. You think it is easy for me to live with the knowledge that my daughter hates me. On the rare occasion that she comes and visits, I reach out, but I always get burned.
But you keep trying.
Can I ever stop? She is my daughter, Cicero. And if words will not convince her, then perhaps action will.
What do you mean?
We should get back to them. Let us go. I know the route to take.
Us? You will only slow us down. Tell me which route it is, I can take them through it.
I am capable of taking care of myself.
You are not!
Marshal!
Stay out of this, Inspectore. Tell us how to get through. You are witness. If she slows us down, do not say I didn't try to stop her.
Marshal, she is your mother.
Does that excuse her from her folly?
Tiziana.
Where is this coming from?
What?
You! Poking your nose where it doesn't belong. What's between me and my mother is between us alone. We have gotten by for years without your help, and we will continue to do so. Now, if we are done...
Yes.
Oi. Okay, Isabel de Felici. To love a child is hard enough in this world. To have them hate you despite your efforts, I cannot begin to imagine how much grief that would give. I myself have never had any offspring, nor do I see myself fathering any in the near future, but I can understand the potential that familial ties have for both hurting and bringing joy. Though the affair between Isabel and her daughter are none of my business, for their sakes I hope they are resolved. This world has enough pain in it already. Tiziana de Felici. So this is the missing element, her mother, whom she blames for the death of her father. From what I understand, Isabel had been involved in an accident that cost her the use of her legs and left her comatose. Zane tirelessly cared for her at the expense of his own health. I can only assume from Isabel's telling of the tale that he'd manifested a lifelink with her. It would be practically impossible to keep someone alive for that long in that state otherwise. Of course, sustaining a link with another for that long is bound to take a toll on a person's body. Even Calden cannot sustain such a link for much more than a few minutes. And Zane passed away but a month before Isabel emerged from her coma. It is in the wake of such a tragedy that I find Tiziana. And armed with this new piece of information, might perhaps have begun to understand the cause of her actions. She has allowed vengeance and bitterness to corrupt her beliefs. She says that she treasures her father, and that much I believe. But framed by her actions, I now see a woman who has capitalized on the values of the guild that she is a part of in order to justify a far too understandable bitterness. She has used her guilt to deal with the pain and loss. It is by no means the best way to handle her grief, but it is logical, and I will not falter for it. I cannot. I only wish that she'd see the situation she's put herself in, and that what she's spurning, all because of a single mistake. People make mistakes, but to allow them to drag you down the way I've seen, to allow that single mistake to twist your heart against itself, to compromise on your beliefs, to let it define you, that is never worth it. Let that single festering moment in your history control your future, and you will suffocate like a strangled crop. You will begin to wither until there's barely anything left. And ages, there might be no worse feeling in the world. It pains me to watch another person endure what I have had to. Perhaps if I said something. Wait, pera. Ah, não, há mais. Altus Nobilis origins. Of the same order, the Altus Nobilis is the oldest. Does that make them the most respected? Perhaps in their eyes. Like the Luca Infinita, the Altus was born in the 4th Canticle, and many regard them to be the first proper guild in the Cite. Perhaps it is apt then that the Altus concern themselves principally with tradition and history, having spent having spent a significant portion of their past generating historical records to be preserved. In modernity, they spend most of their time guarding those records. The fourth canticle saw a surge in the city's population, which was fueled by immigration from countries across the belt, who'd heard about Umbre's wondrous victory over its fatherland, Altimire. The receipt of these foreigners to our shores spurred a primal jealousy in some members of the city. These were people who were concerned with preserving Umbric tradition, who feared that the welcoming of the foreigners would pollute the pure blood of Umbrians. They stood together and formed a guild which focused principally on the preservation of Umbre's histories and traditions. Few in the modern world outside the Altas would say they have been successful. The tide of immigrants had rushed to our shores was scarcely halted by the formation of the Altos Nobilis. As the years drew on and the Altos realized the inefficiency of their ways, however, they instead turned their efforts inwards. They created a bubble within which they began to fabricate customs of their own, and began to look down upon any who did not follow them. They fed themselves the lie that they were superior, an idea that was essentially baseless. One might wonder then how it is they have survived so long. What it is about the Altas that continues to draw so many into its ranks, that has allowed the guild to remain alive for so many years. There are none around that would waste very much time postulating, but if you were to ask me, I believe it's precisely because of the lie that their pride has grown fat on. It is a lie, yes, but it is a soothingly blinding one. It is protective, for it shields its believers from the harsh truth of the city. When death and loss lurks around every corner, a day spent attending to one of their famous Altas balls might be in order, to forget the pain, to soothe the heart's worry, to calm the nerves. Even as I write this, I can feel the allure of such a life. But I must remind myself, and any who might be tempted to wander into their trap, that it is a lie, it is a bubble, a dream, and all dreams must end one day. Okay, Fae, Ridiro. Ridiro are among Umbre's only tamed Fae. Confined to the Assemblea, the Altos Nobilis' largest library, the Fae have been trained to fetch and replace the books that fill the enormous repository. Without them, the knowledge stored in the upper levels of the Assemblea are practically inaccessible. Typically docile and obedient, their hostile behavior undoubtedly has something to do with the recent developments in the city. Portanto, o Altos é um grupo de pessoas que têm a mente fechada e não querem avançar, basicamente.
is that?
It's a bell station. We use them to call the Ridiro to us. Ever since they've gone berserk, they've been swarming these things.
They're just going to keep coming unless we destroy them.
Isabel,
We do what we need to. I understand.
let's go.
The light will cut you down!
The Michela. The Michela is the name given to a period in Umbre that began at the end of the 5th canticle and stretched all the way to the end of the 6th, in which great numbers of Umbrians from the Handagia came to live in the city instead. The sentiments that led to the migration had long been building. As the difference in wealth and power between the two areas increased, and once the floodgates opened, after the Song of Crimson Tides, the streets of Umbre began to fill at an unprecedented rate. The influx of the city's population was so great that the registry had to implement a law to quell it, in which the settling of new families within the city was disallowed, for the city had, by the end of the 6th canticle, been filled to its brim. Então, peraí, filha. Estás a puxar para aí.
The other way, Inspectore.
Sure. I don't care.
Inspectore, it is the other way.
Tá bem, calma, filha. Lord, the Bright War. The Bright War was a war that lasted for 5 years, from 347 to 352 IL, which was the result of the registry's execution of a vigilante, Tamara de Hassi, who had been organizing efforts to steal from the wealthy merchants at the docks and distributing the wealth and the goods to the less fortunate contadini. Even after the resolution of the Bright War, however, the Masquerada overpowered the contadini into submission. There were still great amounts of dissent that lingered. The root cause of the revolution hadn't been solved. The gap between the contadini and the Masquerada was still present, perhaps even greater than ever. And this continued to fester until finally exploding once again, decades later in the War of the Bearings. Mas é bom que ela diga para onde é que é para ir, porque assim uma pessoa sabe que eu sei que é para baixo.
Wrong way, Inspector.
Não quer saber? Calma. Lore, filhas, lore. The Song of Crimson Tides. The Song of Crimson Tides was a decade of Umbre's history. 215 to 225. In which the nation had to deal with fierce piracy that led to the deaths of a great number of merchants and traders. Fighting back against the pirates was an arduous process, but after a decade, Ombre managed to curb the piracy enough that the merchants would travel without fear. In the long run, the Song of Crimson Tides brought more fortune to Umbre than harm, in their effort at keeping the piracy at bay. Umbre, in the efforts of keeping the piracy at bay, Umbre effectively demonstrated its power to the nations across the belt, cementing in them the desire to gain Umbre's favor. In their attempts at earning the goodwill of Umbre, the various nations began altering their trade treaties in Umbre's favor.
Hold your ground!
We're making good progress.
Let's just keep going.
Ai. Ai. Dementica. The cover read Dementica, a Lexicon by Davina Vamos for Ataran Vamos. Charming, Cyrus said as he peered over my shoulder. The woman was quite creative with the title, no? Masha gave it to me today. She thought this was an appropriate gift to try and get me to consider joining the Vegelas, I said, pushing the thick book away from me. You didn't even do that well for the Acredita. Exactly what I said. Why does she want you as part of the Vegelas anyway? I looked away and hoped by the ages, Cicero, how long this been going on? You could hear the smile in his words. He knew. Cyrus always knew. I don't know what you're talking about. She's been flirting with you, hasn't she? I would never have thought. This Masha girl. It's why she wants you to join her. His hearty laughter filled the room, and it took most of my strength to hold myself back from strangling him. I shouldn't ever have brought this up. Be one of the Vegelas, eh? I've heard the Conoscenza filled with private pockets that no one... You're filthy! He laughed. I must say, though, what a way to court someone. Maybe intellectuals excite her, huh? I'm going to bed. Pity she isn't here to join you, he chuckled. I never picked up the book again. The ancient writings that were found among ruins and on tables were until... What? The ancient writings that were found among ruins and on tablets were, until the second canticle, completely unintelligible. Many had thought, of course, that the symbols, the Dementicate used and inscribed must have corresponded with the language that they spoke, which had come to be known as the Mantica. Without any bridge between writing and meaning, however, the road to deciphering the language remained concealed. All this changed when Ataran Vamos, one of the Valencios of the second canticle, salted. His mind was frayed, though not destroyed, and his wife, Divina Vamos, cared for him tirelessly and devotedly, despite his lack of lucidity. It was during one of Alton's muddled moments that Divina, who had been the head vigilance of the time, realized that something was off about her husband. She'd been doing research on the language, trying desperately to find some sort of sense within its symbol, when her husband came over and began reading the tablets and piecing together disparate pieces of her research. Initially, she thought it had simply been a case of nonsense. How could a man whose mind could barely hold itself together make any sense of a language long dead? Divina had no answer then, but postulated that whatever wrapped her husband's mind must have shaped it in such a way that she could see patterns within the inscriptions in order to make sense of the writings. Subjecting her husband to rigorous tests and further prodding, Divina compiled a lexicon of the Mantica, and spent no more time questioning her husband's newfound ability. His ramblings, despite what she'd initially thought, proved to be uncanny, accurate, and consistent. Though it took a long time for her work to gain traction within the academic community, considering her rather unorthodox methods, Divina's lexicon proved itself time and time again to be adequate in assisting with translations, and was eventually adopted as an official guide to the language. That formed the base of the research into the Mantica. And since then, much of what has been retrieved from the various ruins has been deciphered, translated, and preserved. Most of these translations reside in the Connascença, though there are others in the Assembleia as well.
The other way, Inspectore.
Ok, então é por cá aqui. Logo. Ok, Masquerada Origins. Behind shadowed eyes and blazing fires, the Masquerada grin. With shards of ice and nimble limbs, they hide in moonlight dim. And in the sky and under the earth, the Masquerada dance. If you were deft, you'd spare a look. If you had wit, you'd take no chance. For they are sly and they are cruel, and they are tricksters too, who'll nick your throat and slit your foot for a coin, for a shoe. So remember as you walk down the streets, at night and so alone. Don't look back if you hear a call, and if you do, pray mercy you're shown. The Masquerada, taken from Valerius River's most famous works. Tales Across the Midnight Belt. The concept of the Masquerada had not existed properly until the fourth canticle, after Ombre beat back the Altamedian invasion. That was the March of Broken Songs. Before that, there was no distinction between those who owned a masquerade and those who did not. The masquerade was seen as simply a tool, not as the center of an identity. Like how a man was not a fisherman simply because of his ownership of a fishing rod. A man was not anything different from his fellow man just because he had a masquerade and they did not. All this changed, however, when the March of Broken Songs brought to attention the power that the masquerade would provide, and the difference that would make. Where once masquerades had been used to convenience everyday life, now they were being used to kill and defend the nation. It was then that owning a masquerade began to distinguish an individual, where previously society had treated those with masquerades the same as anyone else. It now treated them with greater respect and admiration. Subsequently, the heroes of Ombre, wielders of masquerades, were thought of as deserving a name in recognition of their heroic part in defending the nation. It was then that the term Masquerada was formed, and it has persisted to modernity, though the connotations associated with it are not as clear as they'd once been. In the current world, the Masquerada of Ombre are still regarded highly by foreigners who know Ombre only by name. To them, the Masquerada are the jewels of the Cité de la Ombre. They might make up a tiny fraction of its population, but it is common knowledge that the nation's power is to be found within their hands. To the Contadani, however, the very people who had roughly 300 years ago thought that these masquerade wielders deserved praise and recognition, the Masquerada are selfish, conceited beings who have traded their humanity for power and material wealth. If you had asked me for my opinion on them when I was younger, I would have spat on the ground and cursed them as well. But now, as someone who's been taken into their ranks, one's allegiance are not so clear when the heart and mind play for different sides. No matter what I think or feel about them, however, one thing is clear. Ombre would not be what it is today if not for the Masquerada. Ora bem, estamos a levar hoje aqui uma dose de lore.
Ready yourselves!
Labora Solis Origins. The story of the fall of the Luca Infinita is not uncommon knowledge. It was a guild that began with the best intentions, serving justice and protecting the innocent. But the Cité quickly spread its corrupted corrupting tendrils within its ranks. As the Luca flourished, and indeed it flourished, its pride grew with it. With every victory over lawlessness they achieved, their belief that they were the beacons of what was right in the city only strengthened, and they worked yet harder to purge every drop of injustice from the city. It was a vicious cycle of self-affirmation which ended up blinding the guild to the fact that it had long strayed from the virtuous path. In the sixth canticle, the simmering apprehension about Luca's growing adherence to their version of justice, which had by then strayed somewhat from the general public's opinion of what was moral or ethical, came to a head when Judge Mistress of the Luca, Lorelei Ashty, conducted a raid on the Sangello, a guild that did not survive the events of the attack. She'd come to the conclusion that the Sangello had been involved in the smuggling of the Tesseric weapons from across the Midnight Belt. Though once the Luca had infiltrated the ward and decimated the guild, there was little evidence of that. The Luca walked out unapologetic. I believe the exact words of the Judge Mistress were at the time. I believe the exact words of the Judge Mistress at the time were, "Some losses must be suffered in order to assure the good of the many." Certainly it was easy for her to say that. The Luca lost not a single member in the raid, which had been conducted in the dead of night. Needless to say, the city did not take that well. If the Luca had the authority and capability to conduct such ruthless slaughter on baseless grounds, how safe was the rest of society? Worse still, justice on the streets had been forgotten by the Luca. Ironically, they would act only if undeniable evidence of a crime was presented to them. They had no such reservations when they held their own suspicions, however. Society's response to the destruction of the Sangello was swift. At that time, there had been a coalition of smaller guilds that specialized in bounty hunting. Each of the smaller guilds had their own preferred methods of operating, though they worked separately and often squabbled with each other for their bounties. The annihilation of the Sangello acted as an adhesive for the coalition. However, the annihilation of the Sangello acted as an adhesive of the coalition, and they banded together, desperate to make the point that such behavior in the city was unacceptable. Lorelei's deathly still body was found at dawn's light, a month after the loss of the Sangello. Her arms crossed peacefully over her chest, her skin pale as snow. She'd been poisoned in the middle of her court, and the perpetrator had entered and left without a trace. The day after, the Laborers Solis was founded. The Labore Solis was founded. Since then, the Labores has acted as a counterbalance to the Luca. Though the Luca had mellowed after Lorelai's assassination, they hadn't returned to the ways of their predecessors. And the people of the streets, Contadani mostly, needed to turn to someone for justice. The contracts of the Labores became that avenue. It is not difficult to understand a contract. Upon suffering an offense of any sort, one simply need visit one of the Labores chapters and pay a nominal fee for an investigation to be conducted. The Labores then verifies the truth, and if it turns out that the perpetrator is indeed guilty of the crime, then the rest of the fee is collected and a contract is issued. Any member of the Labores is free to accept the contract and will be compensated for this accordingly, once the target has been dealt with in whatever way the head of the guild has been dealt with in whatever way the head of the guild, the Kyrios, has deemed appropriate. It would be easy to compare the Labores to a group of hired assassins, but they are truly so much more. The Labores have a strict moral code that they follow when issuing contracts, and it is not more than has been, and it is not one that has been corrupted by the Cite yet. Knowing the current Kyrios, however, I am confident that it will stay that way for a while more. Não vais cá para baixo? Ok, portanto a gente vai daqui, não é? Vamos para aqui, cá para cima. Portanto agora temos este lado. Não dizem nada? Eu acho que estou perdida. Eu acho que estou a voltar para trás.
Inspectore, it is the other way.
Deixa-me só confirmar. Ok, então eu já vim daqui. Portanto, eu estou completamente perdida. Dava jeito de vocês terem falado mais cedo, filhas. Antes vocês falavam cedo demais, agora não falam. Não é aqui, não. Em frente. Ok. Grande volta que a gente foi dar, pá. Nós fizemos um círculo, não fizemos?
Let's make them regret this.
Isabel!
I'm fine.
This is why I told you not to follow.
Do not speak to me this way. I am not useless.
Look at your arm, your legs.
What must I do to prove myself to you?
This is pathetic, Mother. You are weak. Face it.
I am not.
You're never going to be able to bring him back. Now mend yourself.
Oi.
She was right.
I don't want to hear it.
You blame her for your father's death.
We are wasting time.
She made a mistake.
So she should pay for it. That is the Luca way.
That is the coward's way.
How dare you?
You say your father inspired you, then act like it.
What?
Your father loved your mother despite her weakness. He died following his heart, not his duty.
He died because she was weak.
No! He died because he loved her. And you are spurning that because you are weak. You don't have it in you to forgive her, so you run. You hide behind your empty platitudes and hollow justices. But guess what? You can't run forever. We all make mistakes. Hold on to them long enough and just you watch what you become. Trust me. It's revolting.
I don't think I've ever seen you more honest.
You need to learn to let go. It's hard, damn it, I know. But what you're doing to her, to yourself, it's not worth it.
My father was one of the best judges.
Your father was more than the Luca. And you can be too.
If he was still alive, I have a feeling the two of you would have gotten along very well.
Part of him still is.
Perhaps.
Isabel!
Mother! Get away from her!
Oh, she did.
The Misted Isles. That must be where it's taking her. Cicero, you were with my mother when she found the route.
57.
I know the way. We're almost at the end. Come on!
Songstresses' origins. The songstresses are a special group of Masquerada. They are too small to truly call a faction. But who holds so much significance in our society that they cannot be ignored? The concept of a songstress did not exist until the sixth canticle, when the increased immigration forced the Masquerada to explore more daringly into the Fey-infested regions of the Cite. Until the Miscela, these areas were essentially considered barren. The Fey that guarded them were dangerous, and not to be tampered with, though they kept mostly to themselves in the areas around the various ruins. This slowly changed as more and more people came to the Cite after the Song of Crimson Tides and the fifth canticle, and space became greater and greater a commodity. One of the ruins that this expansion claimed for the citizens was what was called at the time the Black Crib, as an expansive ruin that sat close to the heart of the Cite. Fey were most numerous there, and the sheer amount of rubble that was in the area, hundreds of feet high, made the task of colonizing it incredibly daunting. It was, however, the boundary of the Cite, and no one knew just how much space lay beyond that hill of rubble that could be developed. And so, pressured by the increase in the city's population, the registry commissioned expeditions into the Black Crypt to cleanse it and remove the rubble. The adventurers that accepted the task went in with the intention of clearing stones and getting paid, but they left the ruins with knowledge that would change the city forever. As they killed Fae and cleared the ruins, they came across living branches of a tree that poked out from the mount of rubble. As they continued to dig down, they discovered small gems. And as they reached the bottom, they discovered strange contraptions, the likes of which had never before been seen by anyone in Ombre. With hindsight today, we know that those were in order: the singing tree, chimes, and vocifers. Needless to say, the expedition sparked great interest within the ranks of the Vegelus. And as what was to be the singing tree continued to be unearthed, the Vegelus worked to understand the ancient contraptions that were left behind. No sooner had the singing tree been fully excavated than the Vegelus discovered the mechanism behind the vocifers. The breakthrough was considered momentous by the Vegelus, who saw the chimes as having the potential to record the histories of the world, stories that would last forever. They decided that the first thing that was to be stored in a chime would be appropriately the song of the first founder of Ombre, and it was thus that the tradition of storing songs and legacies in chimes instead of parchment was developed. Following the creation of its tradition came the formation of the group that was to be in charge of these stories, and the sect of the Vegelus dedicated themselves to preserving these stories and being custodians of the tree that housed them all. Though the songstresses might have their roots in the registry, over time this link withered and thinned, and now they are treated by all in Ombre as neutral to the politics of the city and having no other allegiance than to the singing tree and its songs. Não? É para ali? Para onde? Ah, ok. Não há mais nada? Não, ok. Oh. Okay. The Assembleia's mechanism. The Assembleia's mechanism. I had known the altars were protective of their catches. No, desculpa. I had known the altars were protective of their caches of knowledge. But this borders on paranoia. The Assembleia is equipped with a mechanism that utilizes the water that falls from the cascata to rotate sections of its structure to create an ever-shifting labyrinth to ward off unwanted intruders. The caretaker of the assembly is equipped with a calendar that details the single possible route to take that will guide visitors to its core. But the intricacy seems almost needless to me. Mais uma máscara, deixa ver, para o nosso amigo Vesquinho. A penúltima dele, não é feia.
Get away from her!
We've got this!
It's on the other island! The right, Cicero!
Calma, filha! É como eu estou a ir. Caraças!
Watch out, Cicero! To the left!
Ah, para onde eu estou indo?
Look out!
Parece. Vamos só acabar este boss e ficamos por aqui hoje.
Mother! Oh, my darling. Thank you.
Are you all right?
I will be.
I've got her, Cicero. You should... By the light. You should look around.
It's beautiful.
Attend to why we came. I'll be here.
Ruins the Mist Isles. The Altas Nobilis is a secretive guild which goes to extreme measures to keep their intellectual treasures away from the eyes of the rest of the city. When the concept of dividing the city into wards emerged, the Altas were the first to claim ownership of a set of ruins they'd come to call the Misted Isles. Found under the gentle falls of the Cascata, the Misted Isles sit at the heart of the Assemblea, the Alta's largest collection of knowledge. What secrets, if any, they've gleaned from these ruins have not been made public knowledge. Many Umbrians secretly suspect, however, that the Altas have found little of value in the Isles. For if they had, they certainly would have used it to bolster their political position in the city. Entretanto, primeiro que tudo, mais engraving e lore. De Cascata. Sierra Vede is not a small mountain. It reaches high into the sky and brushes the lower hanging clouds. Though there have been a few daring individuals who have attempted to scale it, none of their expeditions have brought them to its tip. The Vegelus suspect, however, that sitting at the apex of the mountain is a spring of a sort, perhaps the same spring that gives the Collara life, which generates large pools of water that overflow and fall off the cap of the mountain in tumbling waterfalls. Most of these waterfalls don't make it to the city, the battering winds dispersing the water before it hits the ground. But the largest of them all has been gracing the citizens of Ombre with its bounty for time immemorial. This waterfall is known as the Cascata. Portanto, uma cascata pelo nome de cascata. Acho que sim. Máscara. Quem ganha uma máscara? Tiziana. Ok. Alguma coisa não. Só infinito agora.
This is the one?
Yes.
Okay.
It's barely hanging together.
Egon, Vril, Siun Aitchen, Siun, Breog, Siun.
What's it saying?
It seems flustered. I'm not sure if... Hey! Damn it!
Did it just abandon us?
Well, we're going to have to...
Don't do this!
Tiziana?
Judge Master, please.
Move aside, Marshal.
What is going on?
Our inquisitive hound.
Tiziana!
I'm sorry.
You told him about the Assemblia. About why we were here.
Yes, she did. To find out where these artifacts that I've been hearing so much about are. So, Inspettori, care to share?
These artifacts are involved in things you don't understand. I need them.
What you need, Inspettori, is to tell me where they are.
Why are you doing this?
Too long the city has been ruled by incompetence. It needs a leader that can fight, that has the strength to do what is necessary for the good of the city, not a weakling who poisons it with his age and frailty.
And you're mad enough to believe that's you?
Imagine how much safer, how much more orderly the city would be if it adopted the Bright Chorus's compass.
The Luca don't even sing them anymore.
You can't have them.
What? You have spent too long in his company. He's darkened your eyes.
He has shown me the truth.
You are a marshal of the Luca Infinita. Your father would...
My father would have spat upon this guild.
Blasphemous!
Look at us, Fabio. We wear suits of gold, but where do our hearts lie? We're not supposed to fight to banish the weak. We are supposed to fight for them.
The weak will take us down with them!
We are supposed to lift them up. Be the eyes of the blind, the tongues of the mute, the ears of the deaf, the swords of the poor. What happened to that?
Enough! I will deal with you later. But you will...
I challenge you.
What?
You believe you can rule this city under your martial thumb?
What are you saying?
Prove it. By your honor and pride, accept my challenge to a duel.
You think you can beat me?
If I do, you will respect the registry, and you will leave us alone. All of us, the Marshal included.
And if I win, you will tell me everything there is to know about the artifacts.
Cicero...
Fair. When you're ready.
May the best man win.
Hold your ground! Wake up! Need help!
Oh no.
When you're ready.
May the best man.
Watch your flanks!
Enough! You have won.
And our deal?
I will honor my word.
Okay.
You fight well.
As do you.
We leave.
Trial by fire, gostei. Fabio Fedelta. The Luca are supposed to be the embodiment. Whoa. The Luca are supposed to be the embodiment of honor in the city. Men and women who hold true to their word no matter what. Though they have strayed much from their roots, I can say they still remain at least that. Fabio might have been a threat to the investigation, but there is nothing more important to a Luca than their honor. Certainly, I might have used that against him. However unwise Tiziana might insist that was, and I am not particularly proud of it. but desperate times call for desperate measures. Deixa-me ver se tenho. Yes. Pois agora só fazendo novas. Ai, deixa-me ver o que é que. Coldstream what? Mas o que é isto? Forward on a trail of water, dealing 15 base damage to the enemies. Ok, este ice spikes conjure ice spikes from the ground, dealing. E este é conjure strong. Pode ser este. Aprender. Glacier, receive water attacks. Spectre from the ground, dealing. Upon inspiring, the ice shatters and enemies. Vou trocar por quê? Por enquanto não vou trocar por nada. O que é que eu te vou dar? O que é este? Stardust as well, the Guardians gains an aura that gives temperatures. Pode ser. Increases damage reduction by 10 and reduces skill cooldown by 5, or increases our radius. Vamos para aqui. Tu, amiga. Judgment, se calhar para esta, não? A fan of 6 flaming bolts in a single direction, dealing. Unleashes fire waves at the target's location that deals per wave. Conjures 2 firebolts and rotates around the caster for 8 seconds. Whenever a fireball passes through an enemy, it deals. Pode ser este. Increases fireball damage. Whenever a fireball passes through an enemy, the caster recovers 5% of their maximum focus. Pode ser este. Tu falta tu, né? Deixa lá ver este. Borrow. A Medea conjures an illusion which generates before borrowing underground towards where underground she clears all threats. Gain, and if she becomes blocked, Amadea will be interrupted. No. Fisher performs a series of successive attacks as the caster charges forward in 2 seconds, dealing. Okay. Throws pieces of sharp splint, multiple enemies, pode ser. E enemies receivers deals damage. Pronto, fica este. Agora o nosso amigo. O nosso amigo Vasquinho. Conjure squirrels, apparition that flies toward an enemy. The apparition deals 10 damage. Conjures a force field that sucks in enemies within 6 meters for 1 second. Vasco channels orbs of compressed air that travels in a single direction. Whenever an orb passes through an enemy, it takes 50 damage. Pode ser este. Vamos. The scroll silence enemies for 1 second. Whenever the scroll attacks, the caster recovers. Pode ser. Pronto, ok.
Cicero! That was...
I know.
stupid!
Yes.
What?
You could have been killed!
Well, whatever it is, I have bad news.
About what your Fae wanted to show us?
About the Fae itself. It's run off.
By the light, Inspectore! I told you!
I know. We can deal with that later. First, we should get your mother back. Now that that's done, we need to find... Did I miss something?
Not once had I ever thought I'd stand up to the Judge Master like that. I never knew it could feel so good.
We'll see what you're saying once he comes around. Might not be a marshal for very much longer. I didn't think you'd take it that lightly.
I never thought I could either. But the things I'd once held so dear now seem like the trinkets of a fool. A broken compass for a blind heart.
Hold off on the poetry, Marshal. Next thing I know, you'll be turning yourself into a songstress.
Come on, let's see what the others are up to.
There you are.
Ven? What's the matter?
It's that creature thing you summoned. Came rushing back into the house not an hour ago.
Is anyone hurt?
No one but the walls. You should have a look.
Oh. Okay, Tiziana de Felice. I do not fancy myself a teacher, or a preacher, or even an instructor of any sort. I have never known a passion for influencing others, or a wish to be the one responsible for the bestowal of knowledge. But now I can see why there are those that do. Perhaps this is what Razitov meant when he came to see me after my Acredita. He wished to see how I'd performed, wished to see how much he'd done to help me. For there is a certain vicarious pride one derives from watching students or a trainee succeed. And though I would never call Tiziana either of those, watching her stand up against Faveo has affected me more than I would have thought possible. I am glad, to say the least, that she found her way to us. It may not have been the smoothest journey, but it was an important one. For her, as much as for me. It has shown me once again how we all matter in this world, how we all have the ability to shape it should we so choose. It has restored an old belief of mine in the power of the individual. I'd lost that optimism somewhere in the trenches of the last few years. And it feels good to have it back. Entretanto, tinha uma máscara nova. Agora, new mask. Where's the new mask? Ah, okay. Summon 3 Hidirio Fey for 10 seconds that taunts enemies. Okay. E deixa cá ver a nova cor e... Portanto... Ok, reduces incoming damage for 3 seconds. O que é que eu tenho? Restores... prefiro este. Plus... ok, não, gosto mais deste. Ok. Nada acontece.
You're saying that she's right then?
Who's right?
Cicero, you need to hear this.
Someone's been quite the artist.
Oli.
What?
His name.
Are you joking?
Vasco, enough, please. We have more important things to talk about.
What's the matter?
What Oli saw at the Misted Isles triggered something. Memory.
He patched it up?
And more. There was text that had been inscribed onto it. His memory is returning.
Well, what does it say then? Anything about the artifacts?
It essentially reads a warning, written by the ruler of the Empire during the months before it fell.
Is this the same Emperor who won the Civil War?
The one that championed that the artifact should be hidden, yes.
If this is to be believed, then he admitted that the war had been a mistake. And one by one, unprotected by our celestial boon, our cities fell to the other gods. The chaos of the land bred, and the war of the divine raged on.
Other gods?
In the scroll that Lucia gave you, we learned about a chaos that consumed the lands, that we suspect led to the cataclysm.
Well, there have been no reports from the neighboring regions about rampaging divines, and Umber is a godless city, so...
To those in times not yet past, if among the bones of my people, you find our legacies. If those legacies still give you strength, know that the schemer, Brayog, still lives. And if one god can survive, know that he might not be alone. Do not follow my mistake. Reclaim the schemer's gifts.
Their legacy? The Masquerades?
The artifacts were a part of their god. It isn't a stretch to believe that the Masquerades draw their power from him as well.
And if he's still alive somewhere...
He might not be the only one.
And the threat of a cataclysm is real.
Ages. Lucia was right.
There's more, Cicero. The images.
The artifacts?
Yes, look.
A tree? The singing tree.
It might explain how it's been alive for so long.
We have to go. Two of you, stay here. Look after the Fae and...
Oli.
Oli, when he wakes up, get him to tell you where the last artifact is. The rest of you get ready.
Okay. If what the Fae, Oli, has transcribed is real, then the cataclysm was a war of the gods, and Lucia is right. The Masquerades are testament to the survival of an ancient being, a god, and might truly be a sign that the destruction that had stopped the Dementicate might well be upon us. Or it might not. There exists insufficient evidence to either prove or disprove these theories that are floating about, and certainly we should consider both sides equally. What we cannot allow, however, is the impediment of our progress because of this fear of the unknown. We must press on and focus on the present. Contemplating the future isn't going to halt the destruction of our city. In the mural, one of the artifacts seemed to be located in a tree of sorts. The singing tree seems a prime candidate for investigation, and it is there that we must head. Fae, Oli. Seeing this Fae, birthed from my memories and given life by my experiences, brings about a strange sensation. It is at once a part of me, yet a part of me. It is independent in its actions, but I cannot help but feel connected to it. And it's more than just because of the fact that I created it. As it exists and acts, I feel like I can read it, or at least sense its intentions. I have read nothing about this connection, and no one else has spoken of anything remotely similar. It leaves me wondering if there might be something more to this bond between us, something more than tethers us together, or if I am just imagining it. These are not questions for the present, however. For now, there is more important work to be done. Vamos só falar aqui com eles
How is
e
he doing?
depois acabamos por aqui.
He'll be all right. Takes after you quite a bit, actually.
Why do you say that?
There's a determination in the way he moves, and authority in the way he speaks.
Is that a compliment?
He's rather malodorous, too, in case I haven't mentioned. How's that for a compliment?
Almost too kind from you.
Go on, Cicero. I'll be ready in a bit.
You don't seem quite as fazed by the revelations.
What? Gods?
It's quite a discovery. That they might still live. Whatever that means.
I might perhaps be more affected if it were more affecting.
They're gods we're talking about.
And I know nothing about them. How am I supposed to let an idea influence me if it's still cloaked in questions? Whatever it is, we should leave soon. I don't quite enjoy sitting around like this.
Galden?
You were right. You said yesterday that you were concerned about how much bigger this investigation might get.
Now you see what I mean?
Do you think it might be true? That gods might exist?
What do you mean?
If they do, then religions can't all be lies, can they?
You're thinking about your brother.
Maybe there is a promised land. Maybe the Elysians got it right with Isharimal. Maybe I'll get to see him again.
Perhaps, but until then...
Right. We have work to do.
Amadea,
I'm sorry.
you look a little pale.
I was just... Gods, Cicero.
Gods?
Alive. What does that even mean? That they walk among us? All the gods in the foreign religions are all just concepts, and now...
You can't be sure the term means the same to the Dementicate as it does to us. For all you know, Breag could have simply been a talented mortal.
A talented mortal who gives part of himself to create artifacts that allow us to bend the elements of the physical realm itself? Perhaps your idea of talented mortal needs a little redefining.
Listen, Amadea, we don't know enough to make any judgments. What we do know, however, is that out there are powerful artifacts that we need to secure. That's all that matters right now. All right?
Of course, you're right. I shouldn't be straying.
Good. Now let's get ready.
Ok. Vamos ficar por aqui. Hoje tivemos uma grande injeção de lore. Avançámos até bastante. Portanto, foi aqui uma grande... fizemos um feio. Aqui o nosso amigo Oli, coitadinho. O nosso D10. Está aqui a dormir. Aqui. Pronto, descobrimos que possivelmente poderão deuses estar no meio de nós. Safámos o Calden de perder o orfanato. Vimos a mãe da Tiziana. E coitadinho, demos cabo do nosso Vasquinho. E agora está gago, coitado. Mas que ao menos agora fala feio. Portanto, e descobrimos também que ele era um amigo de infância que pelos vistos desapareceu e que nós pensávamos que ele estava morto. Portanto, já se fez muita coisa hoje. Vamos ficar por aqui. Vamos aqui para a música daqui do nosso querido menu. E pronto, ficamos por aqui. Não sei quanto mais do jogo é que ainda há, vou verificar melhor. Amanhã, em princípio, estou a ver se a gente sempre streama à tarde e à noite, ou se fica só à noite, conforme tiverem aqui as coisas. Mas pronto, se faltar pouco para acabarmos o jogo, eu se calhar amanhã aproveito, já que temos a tarde e a noite, aproveito a tarde para fazermos mais, acabarmos o Masquerada. E à noite se calhar damos um saltinho ao Shire novamente para o Tales of the Shire. Se não, se ainda faltar muito, se calhar fico durante a tarde, jogamos Tales of the Shire e depois à noite jogamos Masquerada para ficar mais dividido as sessões de jogo. E pronto. Espero que estejam a gostar. Se tiverem algum jogo que queiram especificamente que eu experimente, digam. Assim deste género. E pronto. Até amanhã, pessoal. Espero que tenham gostado desta sessão de Masquerada, Songs and Shadows, e vemos amanhã. Tchau, pessoal!